Mr. Johnson.
What's
What's up,
poppin'?
Blind?
What's up, bro?
What's happening?
Yeah, man. Chilling, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
How was your holidays, bro?
it was cool. It was cool. Just chilling. Uh, yeah. What the fuck was that sound? Just we just chilling right now. Everybody sleep.
Yeah,
Pops knocked out on the couch and shit, making sure nothing just ran up in his garage real quick. But other than that, just chilling.
yeah, man.
Yeah, so I guess what I want to talk about was this Gamboa tank card. Now, I seen Law's video on Pascal Jack. Yeah, it's a good video, man. Shout out to Laws.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I think it's the best fight that could be made now as far as both of them. Like that's the best. That's like A level matchmaking. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Well, that's one thing I've been saying to folks, man. Like, what else you gonna get? You know, when you look at this, when you look at the Swifties and other fighters, it's like they can't get nothing else because everybody don't want to fight them. And then when people finally want to fight them, is always this push and pull kind of thing. And do I go with what my promoter, my manager is saying? Is do I do what I want to do and take whatever I want to take for this goddamn fight?
when you
And
say my bad, when you say Swifty, are you talking about Danny Garcia? I'm assuming.
um, it's not just that fight. It's a couple of other fights too with old Swifty. But I ain't talking about Danny Garcia. There's only one dude that got Swift tattooed on his
Yeah,
chest.
heard.
Oh, you talking about Jared Hurd? Okay.
Come on, man. I call him Swifty. Even though
Yeah,
I don't,
man.
that's one of the dumbest tattoos. Well, it's not a dumb tattoo, but you know, you're not really living up your name, brother.
I mean, no, I like Jared Hurd. You know what I'm saying? I just think his defense is just so poor. You know what I'm saying? And he has that size and reach, so it'll be nice for him to box more. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying not to mix it up on the inside sometimes, but he should be boxing more. You know what I mean? And it would be nice for him to have a little bit more head movement. A dude like Danny Garcia. I mean, like Jared Hurd. When I think of Jared Hurd, he would have benefited from fighting in the amateurs longer.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? He would have benefited from fighting in the amateur, having a little bit more of an extensive amateur background, because then like his I feel like his boxing instincts will increase more. You know what I'm saying? Like one thing you notice about these guys who fights in the amateurs is like, their instincts in the ring are much higher than guys who just have like a few fights in the amateurs then go pro. You know what I mean? So he would have benefited from having more amateur fights, because he spoke about it early in his career how like he wasn't really taking the sport seriously. You know what I'm saying? He had to get pushed into the sport more. You know what I mean? From other trainers and from his like past his first trainer and shit.
Yeah, like well, that happens to a lot of people, and the downfall to boxing is how many amateur fights you get, and then you won the box and stuff like that. It always comes down to how much bread you get, because you got to think about how hard it is for these cats to even get fights right now. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
try to get ranked up there, then they get ranked up there, then they get told to wait by somebody else because because somebody else feel like they won't make enough money for the fight, or it's because somebody else is just too busy collecting belts, or because somebody else is just trying to pad their record, or somebody is just waiting their time till they can get the mandatory and fighting bummy ass contenders. And you know what I'm saying? So you got to take it how you get it. And now that you a professional, you know it's up to you to figure out what you need to do. Once you got to the professional setting, you should be figuring out what you need to do. You know what I'm saying, to make yourself better. I mean, because that's just the way it is. Because win or lose, people ain't gonna be worried. People can sit up over there. They can say, "Oh, Jared heard this or this fighter this, they should have did this, they should have did that. He only did that, he only did this, but everybody gonna remember your losses. Look at Lomo, they still trying to wash away his one little, they trying to wash away his one little loss with people that don't know no better, you know, and that's just the way it is. You know, you're a professional, you know, you do what needs to be done as a professional, you know. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, man.
If somebody was to say, "Hey, Mike, we're gonna take you from this NFL team to a college team or an NFL team," immediately, I'm not gonna have no semi-pro football mentality going to a college setting or going to a especially NFL setting. Now I got to play catch up with all these guys. Now I got to see about what they doing for conditioning. How did they get their defense game up like that? Blasey blah would do a whoop, and I'm gonna try to do things that they doing to make myself better and do more. You see what I'm saying? So that's just the things that you're gonna have to do. You know what I'm saying? But you know, boxing is a one-on-one sport and all that stuff. You know, it's a game of your chest when you get in the ring with another guy. It ain't that easy as it sounds and as it seems. But at the same time, you gotta do things to put yourself in the best position at all times. Because you know, like I said, you're a professional setting and stuff like that, and it needs to be, you know, you need to act accordingly. You know, like you said, like I don't think his defense is all that. There's some things he could do on the defense. Sometimes fighters that aren't as good as defense as other people, just because of genetics and the fast twitch movies and the ability to see things faster than the other person. Well, that would mean, well, maybe you need to do some things offensively to set yourself up, because one thing that can get people off is just your foot placement. What's up with your foot placement? Are you studying the other fighters, your opponent's footwork? Are you studying how he likes to throw punches? Does he wind them up? Does he throw them straight? How does he do them? Like, how can you get in the fit in? You know what I'm saying? Because that's just how you get people. Sometimes knockouts don't necessarily come because the guy was a better fighter. He studied his opponent and he knew one or two weaknesses that he can exploit. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, only thing with Jared Hurd is like he's just gonna have to wait in line, bro, because he declined. He declined the rematch, you know, and then he's talking about, oh, I still want my rematch with J-Rock and shit. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I'm thinking to myself, man, listen, if J-Rock gets past motherfucking his next opponent, if he gets past dude, man, I want to see J-Rock fight Charlo. You know what I'm saying? I don't want J-Rock. I mean, I don't want J-Rock fighting motherfucking Jared Hurd right away. Fuck that. After he gets done in January, I don't want to see J-Rock fight Jared Hurd. I want to see J-Rock fight Charlo. That's what the fuck I want to see, because to be honest with you, if you want to keep it real, that fight though doesn't even deserve a rematch. If you ask me, it doesn't really deserve a rematch because bro, fucking J-Rock defeated that man decisively. J-Rock defeated Jared Hurd decisively. Like, that shit wasn't even close to me. Like, I had that fight like 9 rounds to 3, 10 rounds to 2. That was just he just beat him up. Now, I mean, if you want to use the exposed word, then you know it's probably fitting in this situation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. But as far as this upcoming weekend, I'm actually looking forward to seeing Jose Uzcategui.
Really?
I want to see him beat up that dude he's fighting. You know that dude he's fighting?
Huh? Mayweather fighter.
Yeah, man. I want to see that Mayweather fight get his ass whooped, bro, because he be talking mad shit about Wilder. I don't like dude. He's a hater.
Cool. What happened?
I want to see Jose Uzcategui. He's fighting this upcoming weekend too. You know what I'm saying? He's fighting a Mayweather fight. He's fighting the dude who's talking mad shit about Wilder. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, but that's the thing. Like on that last stream, like I told folks, man, there's a machine behind hating on that dude, man.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And it's a machine hating on that dude. And they got an article right now. I forget who's the people on the article, but they have an article out there saying that this guy on Twitter did this and that and the third, and this would hate you. This would make you think twice about Deontay Wilder and him in the ring. But the whole thing that people got to understand is that this is one thing. It doesn't matter on what you think about Deontay Wilder. It doesn't matter what you how much who makes what, who got how many belts, who got a belt faster, who got a loss on their record, who don't, who fought more credible opponents, and all that stuff. Only thing that matters is what the fans want to see, and that's the fight that the fans want to see. And people need to understand that. And a lot of these guys out here that sit around here that say Deontay Wilder would get his ass whooped, he would get schooled by Tyson Fury or by Anthony Joshua, they have to understand this. I'm talking about even the experts. They have to understand this. First of all, you're not 100% on what you've been saying all this long. You get shit wrong. These guys out here been training fighters for years, and they've been getting shit wrong. How many times have we seen the Freddie Roach fighter get his ass whooped? They get shit wrong. How many times you see Atlas pick somebody and he gets shit wrong? That's what shit people got to understand is like, we giving our people giving their opinions and out and stuff like that on who gonna win and stuff like that. There's no clear saying on who exactly going to win on that night. But at the end of the day, that's what the fans want to see. How come the fans can't get what they want to see? How come the fans, only thing we got to hear is a back and forth between everybody about money and belts and accolades and all that stuff? That don't mean who gonna win in the ring.
I mean, for me, bro, I'm gonna keep it funky with you, bro. Like, cause I heard Fanon speak about that shit as far as like this dude who sent this little, who wrote some little bullshit articles. Like, these dudes are faggots, bro. Like, that's like for me, bro. I wouldn't even pay. Me personally, bro. The way I look at it, I wouldn't even pay no mind, bro, because it's all bullshit. Like the people that's writing these type of stuff. All right, I'm gonna say this. These people however these people feel on like articles and on the internet and all this shit, I guarantee you, these people, the people who really matter, are not saying these type of things outside of the internet, bro, and outside of the airwaves, and outside of the behind the scenes. We like to say they're not saying this stuff. At the end of the day, they know perfectly clear that Wilder's a major threat to what they got going on. They understand this. So all this stuff that they trying to say on the internet and articles that's being written and shit like that, to me, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter because people's gonna think what they want to think. But behind the scenes, they understand the threat of a Deontay Wilder. Like, they understand this. They understand that with one punch, he could turn his light switch out. These people understand this. So I would so me personally, man, I'm not even paying that shit any mind. It's a bunch of bullshit if you ask me. Okay, so these people are not going to acknowledge the fact. These people don't acknowledge the fact that Wilder has been trying to fight the best guys for years. They don't even acknowledge that. So what he's supposed to do? He's supposed to not fight? He has a family to support. He has a family to support. He's a professional prize fighter. He has to do what he has to do. If he's negotiating with guys and they don't want no smoke, he has to go to the next option. And that's what he's been doing throughout his whole career. The good thing about Deontay Wilder, that he's an active fighter for this day and age. You know what I mean? Because back in the days, guys used to fight like 10, huh?
Not now. Before, yeah, of course, but 2 times a year,
I mean, that's it.
Not now for what though?
It seems like that's how it is. Like, I mean, now I would like to see him fight a little more. I would like to see him fight a little more, but this is what like top guys in the sport fight 2 times a year. Me personally, I don't agree with it, but this is what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what's going on.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So when you keep it like that, like he is active. There's not times he's not like on some junior shit.
I would just call it, average.
Yeah, I would just call it. I wouldn't call it average. I mean, if you just look at it as a vantage point, fighting 3-4 times a year is not a vantage point for you as a fighter. And the reason why it's not a vantage point for you as a fighter is because you might look at somebody's face and you might see a couple of bumps and bruises here, but you don't see the small fractures and you don't know exactly what's going on with their hands, with their shoulders, with their biceps, with their knees, with their ankles, their hips, and all that stuff. And so 2 times a year allows both fighters at least to be at a peak optimal conditioning as far as ailments, injuries, and stuff like that. I'm not saying like you can't get injured in camp and stuff like that, but it's putting the best foot forward as far as for the fighter. When you see guys fighting 3-4 times a year, look at the type of fights that they're having that whole year. You don't see a lot of fighters doing 3-4 types a year against elite fighters these days. Even back in the days when that happens, what happens is that's the reason why you have a lot of fighters with L's, because you're fighting 3-4 times a year, sometimes 5, against elite fighters, multiple elite fighters. And you're going to get banged up. You're going to get bruised up in those fights. That's why I don't believe 2 times a year is not is decent. I think it's a good rate if you want to put your best foot forward, or you're going to end up, like some of these fighters get up in there and then all of a sudden you hear after the fight, oh, my shoulder was hurt before the fight. Oh, this was hurt before the fight. My hand wasn't completely healed. My ankle was messed up. My knee was messed up. You start hearing all these other excuses about stuff that happened leading up to the fight. That's why I think it's cool.
Yeah, it's just,
I disagree with that.
What's good,
Okay.
Stormy?
Go ahead, Stormy.
What's going on, brothers? How you guys doing, man?
Man, chilling, man.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, Stormy.
Happy holidays to everybody, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Listen, the thing about this is that what you just said, Mike, is good for the concept of how guys approach the game today. But I'm gonna tell you something.
No, because I'm 33 years old. I'm 33 years old. I've been playing football for a very long time, semi-pro football for about, maybe 9 or 10 years. And I don't heal like I used to heal anymore. So if you only have 10 to 11 games a year and stuff like that, I'm not talking about, I know it's a lot different, but I know that you're going to, just because you're in the ring don't mean you can't get an ankle injury, a knee injury, shoulder injury, bicep injury, whatever kind of injury. You get the same type of injuries we get on the football field. So when you get up in there and start getting up there in age, and then not even with age, you add the genetics. Now, can't everybody last to hanging in there 3-4 times a year, having fights year after year after year after year, and then getting to year 5, 10, 15, try to do the 20 and stuff like that, doing 3-4 times a year. It's not going to happen. Not especially now. My bad, homie.
Go ahead, Stormy.
Listen, it is a different sport. There's a different set of preparations for the sport that you participate in. I would never tell you about the conditioning that's required in football, but I can tell you about the conditioning that's required in boxing. For today's athlete who don't fight frequent enough, the guys spend more time getting to weight and getting in shape than they do honing their craft. If they were more active, there would be less of a time to get out of shape, meaning that condition. Training camps wouldn't have to be about losing weight. Training camps wouldn't necessarily have to be about sparring, because the timing would be there if you're fighting often. And you also have to understand that when a fighter is fighting often, if a fighter fights 4 times a year at the championship level, okay, at the championship level, if the fighter is fighting 4 times a year, you could break that down very easily for the fighter that's the champion. It could be 2 against top competition, 2 against fights to help him stay busy and to stay in shape, stay active. The timing would be there. You would see much better performances. Guys who are in shape don't get hurt as often because they are trained and honed, and the reflexes, everything is on. Now we're talking about guys who are not aged fighters. We ain't talking about guys that's over 35. We're talking about guys that are 33 going back, where it's considered the prime and the youthful years of boxing. You got guys that are not even 30 years old right now fighting once or twice a year. It's ridiculous at the championship level. And then when they get in there, they stink up the joint. Lackluster decisions and stuff like that. You don't see the best of the guys because they don't have the best to offer. Now, again, there are ways that guys can prepare themselves in the gym and be ready and honed. The fact that Wilder may have the quickest turnaround since he was more active going back to 2015 is a great thing. You should see a spectacular performance. Not that his performances haven't been spectacular, but you should see a spectacular performance out of him with such a quick turn coming back, because it won't be long for him having to, get right back into the mix of things and things like that. And you have to understand, it wasn't that long ago that the greats in the era of more high competitive matches, that the guys were putting in this type of effort. You know what I mean? It's just been within this, I want to say within the past 10 years that we're seeing guys that really don't think to get in there that often. And they are making better paydays, but that doesn't mean that they're putting on better performances either. So it's a lot to be said about being in condition in boxing. And I'll tell you something, it's like muscle memory in boxing, more so than any other sport, because of what you're training your body to do. Okay. And I disagree with the fact about being injured and things like that is more often in things like that. But I will say this, in a contact sport, you will have ailments and you'll have aches and pains and things like that. But one of the most important things that a fighter can do is run his miles, get his miles in regularly, whether he's training for a fight or not. Now, I can tell you that football players don't necessarily run when they're in their off season. Some do, especially the guys that have to play in that secondary. They can't.
All of them do except a few.
But it's like, but professional fighters, a lot of them today don't even want to run. I was looking at Danny Garcia in that interview where he was talking, he's running his mouth and everything. But I just look at him and I say, I hope he can make the weight, because Danny looks a little chunky. You understand? And it's hard. Like Hagler said, it's hard to get out of bed when you're sleeping on them silk sheets and everything. You get out there and do what you got to do.
Well, what I had to say didn't necessarily have to do with the age. That's the reason why I brought up the thing with the genetics. But like I said, I know football is not like boxing, but at the same time we all do get hurt. We all do have to deal with playing hurt, no matter what the outcome is. And that's the reason why I said that the best foot forward aspect that some of these fighters use now these days, fighting twice a year. I never said that, it was the best thing for him or anything. What I was saying was that it's okay and fine and dandy with me. And the reason why I say that is because they're putting their best foot forward, because no matter how you put it and you getting out of that ring, You can't tell me if you're going 12 rounds with somebody, 10 rounds with somebody, and you getting hit in the you taking them big shots to the abdomen, taking them big shots up top, that you're not hurt. And then not only what that is, the 3, 4, 5 times a year, how long are those rounds going each time you fight? You're not really allowing your brain to heal. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why in football, we have standards for, referees, coaches, and other players that actually looking out there for people that are experiencing brain injuries and stuff like that, to get them out of the game or to get them evaluated.
Mike, do you know why brain injuries occur most of the time?
Brain injuries occur most of the time because of the repetitiveness.
No.
The repetitiveness.
No, absolutely not. In the sport of boxing, most of the brain injuries are occurring because of the weight cutting and things like that. The dehydration of the body and the rehydration of the body.
If you want to bring in
dehydration of the body and the rehydration of the body. If you check the history of boxing, you'll find that fighters used to fight 30, sometimes even 2 weeks after a bout.
Yeah,
they weren't walking around brain damaged and things like that. Usually the brain damage for fighters were guys who were just taking punishment.
Yeah, but listen,
nowadays you're seeing what's happening is coming from this weight cutting and things like that, and the improper ways of hydrating and dehydrating and rehydrating the body, because the brain, there's fluid around the brain, and when you take that excess water out your body, the brain doesn't have that fluid around it like it's supposed to have, and that little 24-hour period that they're giving people to rehydrate and stuff like that, that's really not. No, it's not. That's not assisting.
No, but we're aware of that. But we're aware of that. We already talked about that. We all aware of that. We all aware of that. But the repetitiveness of getting hitting upside your head is the most cause of it. Because whether or not the guy came in there hydrated like he was supposed to be, i.e., fighting in the weight class that his body was built for. Or whether or not that stuff is going to happen. You know what I'm saying?
If you were to take a poll and you find out, if you take a poll across the sport of boxing, you'll find out the guys with the least injuries to the brain are the heavyweights. I'm telling you, there's a reason why, because they don't have to cut weight, man.
But listen to them after a while. After a while, when they get out of the sport of boxing, listen to them. Listen to
guys who are taking punishment. Yes, I would agree. But I'm telling you, overall, see, I understand what you're trying to do and what you're trying to say.
No.
But I've been very close to the sport. Okay.
I know you are, but I'm not saying
what I'm saying is, if you go outside the heavyweight division, then the things become much more glaring and important because of cutting weight, and it's not being done properly today. You got guys taking diuretics and bringing these guys in from snack and all of that stuff to help them, when all they need to do is stay away from the dinner table, stay within 10 pounds of their fighting weight. When they're not fighting, they're not doing that. You got guys that got to lose 40 pounds to make a weight class. That's debilitating to your body. You're not supposed to be 40 pounds over your fight weight and you got to fight in 2 or 3 months. You don't understand. Football players don't do that.
Hold up, Story B, man. I do understand, because we already talked about this, and we talked about it a few times on the live streams about people cutting weight and how dangerous it is. And even me and Tyrone and a couple of other people has talked about how that shit is dangerous and how they actually should stop a couple of things and not and actually get away with the some of the ways on how they weigh people before a fight. We already talked about that.
I mean, but it still needs to be revisited. I mean, because I'll be honest with you, I wasn't involved, because like the information that's being dropped, like, you know, it's relatively. I mean, because when it comes to brain injuries and stuff like that, like I've heard it from other people, but as far as with the weight cutting, but from hearing from a trainer who's experienced it, I mean, who's experienced it and seen it with his own very two eyes, I mean, it is something to be said. You know, I'm gonna say this. You know, one thing I noticed is as far as guys who exhibit like impaired speech and shit like that, I do hear it more from the smaller fighters than the heavyweight fighters, and I feel like the heavyweights are in theory will take more punishment than a smaller fighter simply because you know they are the ones that because conventions because it seems like they're not as skilled. I mean, a lot of them are skilled, but like a lot of the heavyweights are not as skilled as smaller fighters. You know what I'm saying? Smaller fighters need to be a little bit more skilled because they don't have the punching power for their weight class like heavyweights does. Like everybody in the heavyweight division could punch for the most part. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Brooklyn, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Evander Holyfield, you know, he had to put on weight initially to become a heavyweight. Basically, for his first, I would say for his first 7 or 8 fights at heavyweight, he was putting on weight and then walking around like at cruiserweight. He was actually putting weight on to be a heavyweight contender and champion. But there was a fighter he fought, wonderful trilogy with, Riddick Bowe, who is a victim today of the problems that I'm talking about. Bowe walks around today, and forgive me for any of his family that might be out there listening to this or whatever, but it's a cold, hard fact. Bowe, when he was in his best condition, he was an amazing fighter to watch professionally. But Bowe, especially when he got to the championship level and he won a championship, he really cut corners. And one of the most terrible things that he was a victim of was going into his fight with Andrew Golota. The first fight, he underestimated Golota's boxing ability, and he had some trouble there. They had a rematch. In the rematch, because he was not disciplined in between fights, he sought a means of losing weight easier and, you know, cheating, so to speak, cheating himself out of the proper conditioning that was required for a boxer. Now, going into that match, he weighed the same amount that he weighed when he fought Holyfield the first time, okay, which was 235 when he came in against Holyfield. But if you looked at his body, it wasn't the same 235. He looked gaunt, he looked drained, he looked dehydrated. And in the first round, Golota dropped him with a 1-2 to the head. And Bowe never recovered from the injuries that he suffered in that fight. Immediately after the fight, Bowe was slurring his words in the post-fight interview in the ring. He was damaged forever in that match. And he had been taking blows to the head a lot in his career because Bowe was a guy that would get in there and he didn't mind, you know, taking shots. But the thing about it was, whatever he did within that last year, it caught up to him quick, fast, and in a hurry, because whatever he did to extract that weight and didn't rehydrate properly, neurologically, it affected him. And he was never the same after that. That was a one-case scenario where you could see debilitation immediately, and you can associate it with what he didn't do properly going into the fight, and that was the end result of it. It's a horrible thing to have to witness, but people need to be educated on that, because it's very irresponsible for, you know, to just talk about people getting hit to the head and things like that, because boxing has always been about punching people in the head, in the body, and everything else. You could be debilitated by someone hitting you in your liver all night long. You know what I'm saying? And that can affect you neurologically as well, and it can affect your body chemistry, because your liver is very important. That's where people get the handshakes and stuff like that with the tremors, because your liver. You understand? But it's like you have to be educated on these things. And guys who are not in shape, what they used to do is fight a non-title bout at a different weight and working their way back to shape so they could get in there against whoever they're supposed to face off. In other words, you have a couple of mini camps before your major camp for your big fight. That way, you go into your big fight, you're in shape. Chavez Sr. used to do that a lot. He'd have a lot of non-title fights against guys that could just keep him busy, keep him near that shape and that weight that he need to be at when he's defending his title. But you don't see guys doing that today. You see guys laying up 6 months, and they look like they've laid up 6 months.
Well, not everybody look like they laying up 6 months as well. You know, it's more people looking like they laid up 6 months than people looking like they didn't lay up 6 months. You know, but you know, but I'm not even gonna go there because you know we're gonna keep going on with it. So I'm just gonna let it lay where it be.
Yeah, you make a good point, Stormy. To be honest, if I need somebody to take care of me if I was sick or be my teacher or whatever, the more coherent guy is the dad instead of Chavez Jr., if I'm honest, after 100-something fights.
Yeah, you know what's sad? You know somebody I really worry about as far as, and this is something like we never want to see. Us as boxing fans, we want to see these guys compete at a higher level. We want to see these guys in great fights. But it's like a catch-22. You want to see all this, but then at the same time, like, you want them to walk away, coherent and shit. Somebody I really worry about is Jarrett Hurd, bro. Because Jarrett Hurd fits, like, is everything that Stormy is talking about. Jarrett Hurd fits that to a T, man. This guy cuts probably like 40 pounds to make 154. I still don't understand how he makes 154, bro. Like, that shit is absolutely mind-boggling to me. Like, I don't.
Absolutely.
It's mind-boggling, bro. That's a big
absolutely,
ass dude.
Brooklyn. You're spot on with that.
He looks like he should.
Spot on with that.
He looks like he should be really fighting that light heavyweight.
Oh, he probably walks around. Me and him. I took a picture with him before. We're about the same size. I'm probably maybe half an inch shorter, and he's still bigger than I am weight-wise. I think long term, right? This isn't a good look for him to keep going down like that. But as long as he can stay around 175, 170, 180, and say cut down to 68, maximum 60, he should be okay. But usually these guys, they should take it, 10 pounds of fat or extra weight or whatever, and then you can dry out, 7 pounds. That isn't much. But the problem is these guys are drying out. They're doing UFC weight cuts. They're drying out 20, 25 pounds, a week before the fight of all water.
But how much does Jarrett Hurd, does anybody know how much he weighed before the fight?
I think he draws out about 10 pounds.
No, because like what I noticed is like I know people that are in far better shape than me that look bigger than me. 30 pounds bigger than me, bigger arms, bigger legs and everything. But the eye test is not sometimes a good representation. Now, when you start seeing titties and guts and stuff like that on grown men, that's different. But when you see somebody that's in shape and you can tell that they're in shape, you can tell that they being in the gym and stuff like that, you can't tell. But a lot of these guys are just cutting weight. You know what I'm saying? They stand in shape and all that stuff, and they get in the ring. Their face looks skinny. You can see their cheek muscles. Their eyes sometimes look indented and stuff like that. And that's all from sucking the water up out of their system, But that's just the way it is. You want to fight at 147, 154, whatever you want to fight at. I mean, there's going to have to be some cutting involved.
Yeah.
Salute Kenneth Johnson, man. Salute to Kenneth Johnson. Word, man. That man's always supporting everybody, man. Salute to that man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But
one thing,
I'm
sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was gonna say something about because like when we talk about guys with slurred speech, I actually met Terry Norris. He actually lives in Southern California. He lives in Southern California. Like my friend, he used to live in a loft, like a business loft area, and Terry Norris, and like he was telling me.
Yeah, Brooklyn, you told me the story, man. Keep going with it.
Yeah, man, and I'm chilling, and you know, my friend told me like, hey, because you know my friend knows I'm a boxing fan. He's like, hey, yo, you know Terry Norris, he lives right there. I'm like, Terry Norris? Like, yeah, Terry Norris. You know the guy. I'm like, I know who he is. I'm like, that's what's up. And I actually spoke to him briefly, and man,
oh my Lord,
the slur. I mean, now. I could
decipher.
I knew what he was saying. No, I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna be like disrespectful, like, oh, what you say? What you say? I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't gonna do that. But what I will say is, like, man, that man's speech is whew, it's tough, man. It's tough to hear, man. Honestly.
Yeah, and you know what? That came from all gym and fight activity because Terry always kept himself in great shape, whether he was fighting or not. So there you have another example, Michael, that a guy that's taking the shots as opposed to a guy protecting himself at all times, as we say, you know, going in and things like that. And he was in condition. So that's head trauma. Being knocked out a lot, being concussed a lot, taking blows to the head a lot in the gym and in the matches. See, a lot of people don't remember that he was sparring a lot with his brother.
Oh, Orland, yeah, he was.
And he was sparring a lot with guys, whoever they were bringing in for him to work with.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this is why I've said it about the Mayweather gym. When they have those tough man contests and stuff, that's all they are at the Mayweather gym. And guys are in there going in there beating each other. That's not where you're supposed to do the beating or get a beating. You're supposed to do the learning in the gym and do the fighting in the ring when you're having your bouts. And see, some people have taken it upon themselves to make the gym the place to be tough, because that's supposed to build your reputation and all of that bull crap. No, the gym is where you're supposed to learn your skills, and the ring is where you put them on display. See, that's why I said, and you've heard me say in my streams talking about these trainers that are shit today. There's a guy who was a pretty damn good heavyweight that's in Mayweather's gym. Now he's walking around like a big coach and everything because they were beating up on him. I'm not going to say his name, but he's from here where I live. And he's over there now. He's like a mascot. It's a damn
Olympics.
Because when he fought coming out of here, he had a huge future on the horizon. He's an undersized guy, but I'll tell you something. He could fight. But see, he went out there with the wrong kind of people. We didn't take care of him. And this is what he's relegated to. And I don't like seeing that, because he could have been much more than what he's doing right now.
What was he fighting in the 2000s? Like in the 2000s? Okay, I know you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's a trainer now. I know you're talking about.
And you look at him now. They put the camera on him sometimes, and he says different things. What's going on around Jim? They interview him. You know, the other Mayweather who always interview guys, asking them for their thoughts on the fight coming up or whatever. The guy he's got stuff in the corner of his mouth and everything. All of that stuff is from trauma.
No.
And I don't like seeing that.
No.
That's a shit gym.
Tommy talking about burnt cat.
What?
I mean, don't worry about what you're talking about. Ask him offline, because obviously you don't want to say it online. So just ask him offline. But you know, the things I was talking about is not necessarily what all the stuff you were talking about, because you know a lot of the brain injuries does not involve the slurred speech, and that's actually evident around many sports of people getting tapped upside their head for a living. My whole thing was that, to me, what Wilder is doing, what some of these fighters is doing, is okay. Because if you think about it, I really don't care about what everybody else's opinion of it. The way I see it is, it does make sense for somebody not to get hurt that many times and to actually come in the fight and actually well prepared. Because I was talking about, at the time, I believe I was talking about Wilder, not these lower weight class guys and a couple of other guys. We were talking about that. And I think that is A-okay for Wilder, because if you think about it, because it is not healthy to get hit upside the head. And we all know that. Then not only that is getting hit upside the head is not the only ailment that you're going to leave after each fight. So the rest and the recovery. Now with Wilder, obviously we can see when he gets back in the ring that he is not bullshitting outside the ring. So he can, still stay acclimated and all that stuff. A lot of these fighters can't do it, maybe because they can't afford it, maybe because they don't got the time, maybe because they're just flat out lazy. But that's what I was saying. Now with all the, brain injuries and stuff like that, you're not going to see a brain injury most of the time just come overnight. You're going to see a fight with a guy, then you're going to say, oh, yeah, now I see it, or now I see it. But the brain injuries already have been doing their damage. Now, once it had done its damage and you take that hit, then that person goes down, then that person stays down and starts talking differently, acting differently. It's because it's already done its damage. It could be because of the weight cutting. It could be because of weight cutting. It also could be because of he already had an injury, not due to weight cutting. And that's just the way it is. Blood boxing showed the Muhammad Ali and the deterioration of Muhammad Ali in the ring as far as his motor skills, his speech, and all that stuff. And it wasn't, you could tell with him, it wasn't because of the weight cutting. It wasn't because of how he was training. It was because of some of those hits that he did take happened to take an effect in a negative way. And it turns a downside to his fighting. Same thing with a lot of these fighters when they get to a certain age. They're already taking those punches and bruises, and it don't take that much to get them out anymore. You come off having a chin, then all of a sudden you ain't got a chin.
But you know what can help with the brain injuries too, though, bro. But outside of it's having some decent defense, man. Like, because I'll say this
exactly.
Too, man. A lot of guys. All right, I'm gonna say this. Okay, we talk about Wilder, right? That's a very underrated aspect of Wilder. See, a lot of times
getting hit.
Exactly. Like a lot of times when people are just so narrow-minded. When people think about Wilder, they just say, "Oh, the right hand, big right hand, quote unquote. He has no boxing ability," which is bullshit. But people say things like, "Oh, he has no boxing ability. He just have a strong right hand." But if you look at his fights, he's not taking a lot of punishment on his head. He's not taking a lot of punishment. He's not taking a lot of punishment at all, actually.
Yeah, seriously. Look at Fury and AJ. They're getting touched up, in all their fights. Wilder, just because he's not. This is the problem, because casuals think the only way is if you're doing all this with the shoulder roll. That's not the end all be all of defense. That's the problem. A lot of these
shoulder roll is actually a poor defense, defensive tactic, because if a fighter knows what to do, it's not going to be of any help to him. Mm-hmm. Miguel Cotto figured it out late in the fight against Floyd Mayweather Jr., where had he known going in what to do, he could have won the fight. Miguel Cotto was really getting to Floyd in the last quarter of their fight against one another, and he figured it out. Ring IQ, he figured it out, but it took him like 9 rounds to get to that point, to what to do to him. Oscar De La Hoya was doing good against Floyd till he got tired, and then Floyd just took control of the championship rounds because Oscar had a problem with fading late. But I'll tell you something. Sugar Ray Leonard whooped Floyd Mayweather Sr.'s ass with that shoulder roll bullshit.
Shoulder roll.
and he gave a perfect example of what you need to do against it. But again, like I said, it's only a defensive tactic, but it's not your set defense. You know what I mean? That's just like Mike knows about football. If you just stay in man to man, you can get fucking burned.
Exactly.
If you stay in a zone, you're gonna get fucking burned. You have to be able to switch it up. You know, and there are things that these guys are not fucking being taught, man. Reggie Owens put a great video up today about an amateur fighter getting knocked out in the first round. Right after they touch gloves and the bell rang, the guy gets hit with a right hand over his extended left hand because he stuck the left hand out like he was trying to touch the guy instead of having it up in proper position. Got hit right on the chin. The fight was fucking over. We're talking about 5 seconds or less.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Shit.
In the comment that I left on Reggie's video, you know, I said, where was his hands at? And I put some eyes up there on the screen, you know, like the peeping eyes.
Yeah.
I was like, where was his hands at? Making a joke about it because I talk about this shit all the time.
Yeah.
And everybody laughs about it, but people are still getting knocked the hell out and put to sleep
Quick
because
fast
they ain't
forward.
talk well.
All I gotta say is this: Dylan White uses the shoulder roll, and then look at his career.
Hey, I hope he gets the fight against Wilder because
Yeah, man.
Mark Breland gonna tell Deontay exactly what to do against that shoulder roll. And you guys may think the right hand may be a factor, but it's gonna be something else.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I'm waiting. Yeah, because that's one thing. Another thing about Wilder too, man. He has a man. I swear, yo, people like it's a beautiful thing that people just think that Wilder has a right hand. That's beautiful, man. Because I'm telling you now, bro. I can see because I've had visions of shit. I can see Wilder knocking people out with left hooks later on in his career too. It's gonna happen.
Brooklyn, you're 100% correct. I think he's equally as adept with both hands. I really believe that.
Yeah, man. Because people are just so focused on the right hand. Even the trainers, like you would imagine, the trainers would be able to dissect Wilder a little more. But even these foolish ass trainers say the same stuff that the damn people on YouTube are saying. Oh, he's strong, but he can't box. He just has a right hand. The trainers are saying this. I'm like, really? You saying this too? Okay. You're gonna continue. You're gonna continue to get your fighter get knocked the fuck out.
Brooklyn, I think they lying. I think they lying, and I think a lot of these guys is just too scared of that. They know that right hand is gonna be a hard thing for, you know. It's the lesser of evil when they get in the ring. It's the lesser of 3 evils when they get in the ring. You know what I'm saying? You rather try to take away the right hand and take that left hook or that jab or that body shot or that uppercut. I think they full of it, and I think that if you were a trainer out there and you hear this and you heard what Brooklyn said and all them said, everybody said when it comes to y'all going out there, which I heard it too, going out there saying that Wilder can't box. I think you guys are full of yourselves and a bunch of liars. I think they're a bunch of liars.
Check this out, fellas. Now, in the rematch with Ortiz, right? Ortiz, you know, people felt like he was winning some rounds, right? And of course, he got knocked out by Deontay's right hand. But do you know why he got knocked out by Deontay's right hand? Deontay was hitting him with left hooks upside the head, on his shoulder, and to his body on that, you know, on that right side of his body. That shit was hurting him. That's why he started stepping over into the right hand, although he was being successful scoring some points. But Wilder was setting him up the whole time. He started the fight off throwing left hooks at Ortiz, which kind of surprised Ortiz. But they were landing and they were powerful. So when he threw that little bit of a blinding swipe across his face, Ortiz braced for that because he had been getting hit with left hooks, and then he just drove the right hand straight down the middle across his forehead and knocked him out. Dude, that was beautiful because he set it up just like when George Foreman set up Michael Moore.
Damn.
Yeah, same way.
Did y'all listen to the interview when Wilder was explaining how he got him up out of there?
Yeah,
I didn't catch it.
And everybody blew Wilder off, like, oh, he don't know how to box. I'm like, the dude explained it to him. Like the dude was too worried about the left hook in his feet.
I don't think I saw that. Can you put a link in the
It was on I think it was on Trill. It was on Trill. No, it was on 78s. And it was somewhere else.
Yeah.
And he said it. And he said how he placed his foot, his feet, and everything like that. And that's when he caught him. And he explained it. Because people on the outside that can't see how it landed and can't see how he's been doing it, they don't want to admit that the guy could box. That's just all it is. They don't want to admit to it because then it feels like they.
You're right. You're 100% right. If you look at I want to give an example. Look at George Foreman's fight against Michael Moore, and I think he knocked Moore out in the 10th round.
Yeah.
And if you look at it from like round 8 through 10, George started throwing these wide left hooks. And in the corner between rounds, Scarface was telling Michael Moore, he's trying to set you up for something. Stop staying on the inside. He was trying to tell Moore to move to Mora's right because he's trying to bring you into the right hand. And Moore was so adamant about doing it his way, he wasn't listening to Scarface. So when George started throwing that wide right hand, he started dipping down, like dipping forward to let the left hook go over his head. And then he started shooting 1-2s at him. Now he shot a 1-2, boom, boom, but he didn't put nothing on the 2. And Moore didn't move. So immediately after that, George threw a second 1-2, but the second right hand that he threw behind the 1 was the hard punch. It was the one to knock him out. And when he hit him and Moore went down, it was over. The camera above the ring that showed Moore laying flat on his back, spread eagle, you could see the blood welling up in his mouth through his mouthpiece. He bust Michael's mouth open, okay? And he didn't get up. He didn't beat the count. He was flat on his back. Teddy had to go and pick him up and take him back to his stool. George set that up. If you look at Wilder's knockout of Ortiz, it's almost the same damn thing. That left he threw was just a swipe across his eyes, just to make him either blink or close his eyes or something. But he made sure he didn't try to land the shot. It was a blinding shot because he threw it like that because he had every intent of throwing that right with everything on it. And it hit him right on his forehead. Ortiz better be glad that the punch didn't hit him anywhere around the nose area or the mouth or chin. He may have had to go to the hospital after that. But because he hit him on the forehead, it jiggled his brain in his head and he was just concussed from that. But if it had landed anywhere lower, he probably would have had some fractures or something like that because of the way Wilder punches.
Oh, yeah.
But it was a beautiful setup. Blind him and then come with something really hard behind blinding him. Almost the exact same thing that George Foreman did to Michael Moore. And guess what? Both champs were fighting southpaws.
Damn. Yeah.
If Wilder would have hit that dude in the nose, he would have split his shit open.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Open.
And this is how you know Wilder knows what he's doing. He know what he can do to a guy. So thank God he hit him in the forehead.
His nose would have been looking like what's that dude? Dual pulses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think people don't, like I was saying, they're so caught up on this shoulder roll bullshit that they don't understand that there's nothing wrong with using your attributes and actually fighting long and tall and keeping distance and IQ. I mean, look at Fury. He's taller than Wilder, but he's getting touched up every fight. You know what I mean? But Wilder's the dumb one. I mean, somebody make sense out of that.
Yeah, because that's the thing about Wilder. Like he doesn't get hit as much as you think. You know what I mean? Like
Really?
he doesn't get hit too much, man. Like you see his face after fights, like his face is clean. But like Mayweather talk about pretty boy. You know what I'm saying? Because he ain't getting touched. But look at Wilder's face after fights. Probably a couple times where you maybe see like a swollen eye or something. I think he had like a swollen eye against Duhaupas. You know what I'm saying? But,
well.
One versus Fury, but I mean, other than that sort of stuff, he's never been
he ain't getting hit like that. He has very underrated defense, honestly.
Yeah,
very underrated defense. He don't get hit with a lot of shots. That's where the patience come in. You know what I'm saying? He's not, because like people always talk about this whole he's wild. This is why I don't care what a lot of these dudes on YouTube say, what these little articles say. Like Fanon brought up an article earlier in a video. He brought up an article of some nut ass dude talking some bullshit. Like this is why I don't care, because like we watch the fights. Like we're watching the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like the dude is an absolutely phenomenal fighter, bro. You know what I mean? Like you want to say all this, oh, he's not fighting nobody, he don't not got no boxing skills. Okay, cool. You're the one being narrow-minded. You're the one, these people are not fucking paying attention to what they're looking at. This is the thing with this man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I mean, let people think whatever they want to think, bro. That's how I see it.
Yeah, Ken Johnson put a comment here. He said Floyd Sr. said he started using the shoulder roll exclusively because he's lost his mobility after Roger shot him. So that's pretty interesting to,
right,
to see. It was more of a fallback. If you could use your legs, you'll use your legs, so.
Yeah, bro, because you're not gonna be using shoulder roll if you have mobility.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You're not gonna be doing a shoulder roll, fucking like moving laterally and stuff. That don't make no sense. Picture that image in your head.
Mm-hmm.
My whole thing with those guys is that, if you want to, like, I'm trying to, be better and take a different approach with things and stuff like that. Obviously, if you saw that one stream I did, but I seriously think that those guys just need to stay over there with their people and stop trickling over to us. Like, if you want to have a boxing conversation with us and stuff like that, that's okay. But don't come over to my channel talking about let's debate this and let's debate that. Nah. If you want to come and have a conversation, a cordial conversation, yeah, let's do that as boxing fans. But I don't want that rah-rah and this dude is that and that guy is that and money and accolades and DAZN and PBC and Golden Jiu-Jitsu Promotions. I don't want to hear all that shit, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you want to talk boxing, like, come on over and you can talk boxing with us about the topics that we talking about, and we could get along just to get along. That's what I'm talking about.
right.
Yeah, man, these dudes are jokers, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's why for me, like, I'm somebody that I don't get into these like little internet debates like that anymore, bro, because it's like it's pointless. You have your viewpoint, I have my viewpoint. Let's see what happens in the fight.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because if you're talking about AJ and Deontay or whatever, shit, I think Deontay knocks that fool out. I don't think that fight lasts 3 rounds. That's just how I look at it. But let's see the fight. You know what I mean?
I put it like this. I'm watching, it's Christmas. Everybody cooking, watching folks cook and stuff like that, and opening presents and stuff like that. And around 8 o'clock, I see people from 8 something in the morning all the way until 9 o'clock at night, still talking about Wilder and money. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, Well, shouldn't y'all been opening presents? Shouldn't y'all been helping y'all kids opening presents and stuff like that? Like, what was y'all doing?
Yeah.
You know what was y'all doing? You people, you too worried about Wilder and his presence? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, what did you doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? Granted,
Yeah.
you know, I went live and stuff like that, but I went live like, you know, later in the day and stuff like that with the homies because they wanted to go home. So it was kind of dying down over here. So I went live a little bit too. People start blowing my phone up, making rounds, you know, saying Merry Christmas and all. But you know, people need to, you know, get a life. Like, it's okay to leave. It's okay to leave Facebook and YouTube for a few hours and live your life. Go to the gym, go fuck some bitches. Go do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't they can't do that. It's like it's what I see on Facebook on my timeline, and I press leave the group, and I'm still getting the messages from all this stuff. It's like over and over and over, and I stopped talking to these dudes because it's kind of like the more you talk to them, once you talk to them, you got to answer 5-10 questions. You know what I'm saying? And then you're trying to tell them something, but they don't want to hear it. Then they want to go back to some stuff like that. If you mess up and forget about what y'all was talking about, or you was doing something, you forget about who he was talking about, then all of a sudden you don't know what you're talking about. And it's kind of like, you know, it's not a good look to be overly possessive like that with something. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, with somebody's pockets, or that somebody can't box, or Deontay Wilder should have took the DAZN deal, or whatever the case may be. It's not good to be overly possessive about that. It's what you should be overly possessive about is your pockets, you know, because at the end of the day, like, you know, all of us on this panel, yeah, we're getting some fights that we want to see, but we're not getting the fights that we want to see for satisfaction. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're still hungry to see the fights that we want to see and stuff like that. And we're not going to get it. You know what I'm saying? Because the majority of the people out here too worried about bickering about the wrong thing. Like, if people were more huh?
Exactly. Dude, it's like talking somebody's pockets, man, or a bank account. It's like, really, you know what I mean? What would be the best way to end our conversation on here? If we start talking to each other about what you make and what I make and how much you got in the bank and everything,
Yeah.
that's when the conversation gonna cease, right? Because it's like,
I got $20 in my pocket. What you got?
That's my business. You understand? That's my damn business. But it's like we should be talking about the sport, the fights we want to see, the anticipation of certain matches, and you know, getting behind that. Why you think somebody would win? Why you think they would lose, or whatever? But never, ever should you be worried about the money, because it ain't like you have a dog in that race at all, unless you're absolutely related. It's your brother who fighting, or, you know, something like that. Then you want to see him do the best he can economically, because that directly impacts your life. But it's like, hell, Errol Spence, whether he win, lose, or draw, whoever he fight, I just want to see him fight the good guys out there. I don't care about how much he making and everything. I just hope he happy with what he make, and let's see the fight.
Yeah,
you know, and AJ and Wilder and Fury and those guys, same thing. It's like, dude, it's like, now when someone takes a position like Wilder has taken to make himself the ambassador of the sport by representing what a champion is all about in the manner that he does, then that makes me like him even more. You understand? It's like, it ain't like his outfits, or, you know, where he live at, or what he driving. It's like how he carries himself, how he shows respect even to his opponent or potential opponent. Wilder is not arguing over, I should be 60-40 or this or that. Wilder is like, we could do 50-50. Let's just make a fight. You understand? He is the most, dude, he is the most like Ali than anybody who has been since Ali. That includes Larry Holmes, Mike Tyson, George Foreman, any of them. He is the most like Ali because of his character. You understand? Not how he fights in the ring, but how he emulates what was once considered upstanding character in the individual, who happens to participate in the sport that we love. That's why a person should love Deontay Wilder, not because of how he knocks people out. That's just the cherry on top because he can perform. But the thing is how he represents his family, why he got into boxing, to take care of his daughter, all of this kind of stuff. Dude, that is movie material stuff right there.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not even faked. It's real. And these people are walking around, oh, he's got skinny legs. Oh, they're gonna fucking miss him when he's gone.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is the exact representation of what a champion should be. And my goodness, he is the baddest man on the planet with what he does. That's to be celebrated. That's to be acknowledged. That's to be uplifted and emulated. Like, I want to be like that guy. If you're an up and coming dude, you know what I'm saying? And that's what's important. He don't talk about what he make. He don't complain. He say, I'm good. And you got to believe him. So those people are talking about, oh, he should have took the DAZN deal and everything. Blah, 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 blah. Man, he said he good. Why you can't believe him? He ain't giving you no reason not to take solace in what he says.
Yeah, I mean, there's another thing. There's another reason why, like, I can't really, like, you can't really take these people seriously because, like, some of these cats out here do videos on this man every single day. Every single day you do videos about this man. It's not, but you lead to believe you led to believe that you're doing these videos because you don't like the guy, but you really do. You really admire the guy. That's why I don't take these jokers seriously. That's another reason why I don't take these jokers seriously. Because for these people to do videos about the man every single day, you a fan, bro.
And not one video, about 4 or 5 videos within one day.
Yeah, exactly, dog. Exactly.
That's where it gets scary.
Like they're obsessed with the guy, bro. Yeah. They're obsessed with the man, bro. It's crazy.
My whole thing, what I always tell these guys is that, you know, it don't matter what you think, it don't matter how you put it down and stuff like that. Every single boxing conversation leads to Wilder. I want to say about 85-95% of the time, every boxing conversation is going to lead to Wilder.
Of course,
right.
And if you see everybody making videos about Wilder with no fight announced, right, with nothing going on, right, and that should tell you something. Ain't nobody worried about AJ. See what I'm saying? Ain't nobody worried about Fury. Ain't nobody worried about the Michael Hunters, the Povetkin's, all these guys. Ain't nobody worried about these guys. Ain't nobody, and as far as the heavyweight division, ain't nobody worried about these guys. Look at the other guys. Wilder versus Ortiz, you know, it eclipsed some of the fights that was going on that week and the next week because everybody was still talking about Wilder. People just got to get it through their thick heads. If you don't like Wilder, stop making videos or succumb to the idea that Wilder is the most popular man in boxing, because even you as a hater, as a non-Wilder fan, can't even stop talking about him.
Yeah.
You like the way the WILDER rolls off the tip of your tongue. You know what I'm saying?
Wilder. Wilder. Deontay Wilder.
Wilder.
My bad. I forgot. Say it that way.
You gotta say he's WILDA shit. Yeah, man.
Not Wilder, Wilder.
Hey, man,
yeah,
stop slandering that man's name.
Wilder ducking edge.
You know another thing, because like, I'm not gonna lie, because a hot topic these last few days is with Terrence Crawford and the fact that like he's basically saying like, yo, I'm not fighting Sean Porter because he's my friend, you know, and this goes back to Wilder again. You know, Luis Ortiz, that's his friend now. Wilder has said it in the past that, you know, after that fight, they became friends. You know, they are friends now. Like, they FaceTime with each other and all that. This was after they fought the first time, you know? But what we just saw like a month ago, they fucking fight again. They fought again.
Even Danny Jacobs and Derevyanchenko, I won't say close, but they were very familiar with each other in the you know, sparring wise.
Yeah, but to be fair, but that's a little different because Danny Jacobs said it himself. Like, they never really had a friendship per se. They just like they just happened to see each other in the gym, and you know, they just had the same trainer. But now you talking about Daniel Jacobs and Demetrius Andre. Now that's a different situation. See, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't like that shit. Now I understand if that's your blood brother. If that's your blood brother, okay, I understand. Like, I understand the Klitschko's never fought. I get that. Or I understand that the Charlos are never gonna fight. I understand that. But don't tell me you're not gonna fight somebody because he's your quote unquote friend. I think that's fucking fuck shit, bro.
Well, hey, it might happen now because Andre Rozier and Jacobs fell out, you know, so
I mean, well, Andre Rozier, he's training. He's not training Andre, is he?
Nah, but the issue apparently was that, you know.
Oh yeah, Andre Rozier.
Andre was like god nephew, was like Rozier's god nephew. You know what I mean?
It's a bunch of bullshit, bro. You know what I'm saying? These guys need to get in there and fight, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because going back to Terrence Crawford, I don't know if you could change the subject, but I have strong feelings on that shit, bro. Like, I'm a fan of Terrence Crawford. I think he's one of the best fighters in the world and shit. I truly believe this, but it's not a good look if he fights somebody that's not Sean Porter. Now, if he fights somebody that's not Sean Porter, but it's like a really good name, okay, cool. But you know, who
he won't fight you, good.
Exactly. Like who's he gonna fight?
Danny Garcia he don't seem interested in Danny Garcia, and Danny Garcia ain't even. So they're not even gonna fight anytime soon.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
I say it like this. He has two options, you know. He either, you know, takes these fights with Ugas and Porter or whatever while Errol Spence is recovering, or just says, fuck it, I don't want those, you know, PBC middlemen. I want the best guy, and I won't fight till I fight him. But he's not going to do that. He's going to keep taking the Kavlauskas and the guys like that on the top rank side and say they don't want to make the fight.
He's going to be fighting feed the fish.
Exactly. If I
top rank or top.
If I was him, I'm not fighting until I fight Errol Spence. I'm not fighting these bums either, and I'm not going to fight the guys you sending me your way. I just want the top guy and won't fight till then. Now, is that plausible? No. Out of principle, it's good.
Could it be like the Russell situation? Sorry, Tim.
I said, is it plausible? No. Out of principle, it's good, but he won't do that.
Yeah, bro, I'm not feeling that shit, bro.
Because he won't be eating them, will he?
Exactly.
Terrence Crawford versus Sean Porter is the most logical fight. No, exactly. Terrence Crawford fighting Sean Porter is the most logical fight, bro. That's the most logical fight. Because you know, listen, that whole side of the street shit, it is what it is. It's the politics of the sport. But if you want to go there, listen, he's fought everybody on PBC, bro. Literally. I mean, like, he even fought Berto. He fought fucking Devin Alexander. He fought Paulie. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Like, he fought Ugas. Mm-hmm. Early in his career, he fought Ray Robinson.
He did.
You know what I'm saying?
Interesting both.
Brooke.
Yeah.
Like, he fought everybody, all the relevant names in the welterweight division. Sean Porter has fought. the fight that makes the most sense for both parties is Terrence Crawford, Sean Porter. You know what I'm saying? If that fight don't happen, I'd be very disappointed in Sean Porter. And people get critical of him, then hey, it is what it is. I'm not gonna defend him. I still acknowledge him. I still feel he's one of the top fighters. If that fight was to happen, who would I favor in that fight? You know what? I favor Terrence Crawford in that matchup. I could see Terrence Crawford doing some good damage to Sean Porter, believe it or not. I mean, people, a lot of people, I feel like a lot of people would think that Terrence Crawford, I mean, Sean Porter would beat Terrence Crawford because of the physicality aspect of it. But I think Terrence Crawford is a lot stronger than what his frame.
Yeah, a lot of people think him as small. I don't know why.
He's a very strong guy. And then one thing about Terrence Crawford, he could punch. That guy could punch, man. He ain't no feather-fisted dude. You know what I'm saying? So Sean Porter, you know what I mean, rough him up in the inside. When he takes some shots from Terrence Crawford, you know, who's to say, you know, Sean Porter's gonna say, "Oh man, this guy could hit. Like I don't want to feel this anymore. Let me change shit up." Like that could happen. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you know, this whole oh, he's my friend shit. Like, nah, I ain't feeling that shit, bro. I ain't feeling that shit at all. I ain't feeling that shit at all. That fight makes the most sense. Because then they'll talk about, if you talk about Ugas has a scheduled fight now. He's about to fight Mike Dallas.
Yeah. Mike
Dallas Jr. Mike Dallas, he got knocked out by Matisse. All right, that's the only thing I remember about Mike Dallas.
So Mike Dallas, what's he been up to during this time period anyway?
Who knows? Matter of fact, let me look at his box rec.
They must have found him at Outlaw Bar Tier 1.
Oh man. Yeah, bro. Hold on. Dennis Ugas. He's gonna fight Mike Dallas. That's a good question.
Yeah. I mean that thing that we was talking about the other day with the because I was letting y'all cook while I was busting these subs. I think it's a shame. You know, I think it's a crime shame for people to have a pound for pound list and people out here not fighting pound for pound, and they keep getting put up there high on lists of pound for pound, top 10 and these things like that. Yeah. They still get the whole belts. They still could be top contenders for the number one. They still could be a number one contender for the for a title. I think it's disgusting. I think it's disgusting that even a lot of boxing fans. I'm a fan of Terrence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? But I put Earl over Terrence Crawford, but that doesn't mean I'm not a fan of Terrence Crawford. I'm still a fan. I still like him as a fighter and stuff like that. I still think that there's a way that he can beat Errol Spence, but I still got the fight, 50-50, but I favor Errol Spence. But I just don't think it's cool for you to have to go everything that we've been seeing with Terrence Crawford since he moved up. And this is all we've been getting out of this dude. You know what I'm saying? Which is a whole bunch of lip service. Now all of a sudden he's adamant about hitting the streets and talking a little bit more, doing more interviews and stuff like that. I believe he was on Sway Universe or Charlemagne and Charlemagne, Miss Queenie, Miss Thang channel or radio show. So yeah, that's Miss Thang. I like to call Charlemagne Miss Thang. But it's just sad that, like, I keep trying to tell folks, is like, that's why us as fans, like, we need to be avid about talking about things like this, so these people can hear us, not only just the boxer, the promoter, these networks and stuff like that. Yeah, we're gonna get backlash for it. The boxer might come out and say we sometimey and we this and the third, we want too much and stuff like that. Well, at the end of the day, we want our fucking money's worth. We're understandable that the fights can't happen all the time. Well, we are understandable that how much we do understand how much ESPN costs. We do understand how much Sky Sports BT costs. We do understand how much these subscription and these pay-per-views cost all around the world. So how about you, if we're going to sit up over here and pay for you to drive these fancy vehicles, you know, have all these big booty baby mamas and stuff like that. How about you at least give us something?
Yeah, do your damn job.
Give us something. Who else you gonna fight? Rocky Fielding?
Yo, you know, cause see, you know the thing with me, bro. I'm not gonna lie, like I'm not as now. Of course, do I want to see Terrence Crawford fight them? I want to see him fight the top guys, absolutely. But at the same time, like I get you can say I will accept certain matchups. Like for example, I would absolutely accept a fight with Odenis Ugas. I would accept that matchup if that fight was to be made. I would accept the Odenis Ugas because I do feel like if you have a top 10 welterweights in the world, I would put Odenis Ugas there. Right. I would absolutely put him there. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I would accept Sergey Lipinets. I think Sergey Lipinets is a damn good fighter to me. I like him a lot. You know, like there's fights, bro. It don't have to just be Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? Now, Errol Spence Jr., he has his injury. You know what I'm saying? So more than likely, that's not going to be the fight that's going to be made next. I don't know what future plans of you know. I don't know the future plans of Errol Spence or whatever. But if you don't fight Sean Porter, like they should have tried to make a fight with Odenis Ugas, bro. That's a good ass fight.
But look how that looks, though. But look how that looks. That's what I'm saying. Look how it looks.
If he was to fight Odenis Ugas
over Sean Porter,
I mean, don't get me wrong. I would prefer the I'm just speaking for myself. I would prefer Sean Porter, but if that fight doesn't happen, like I will definitely accept an Ugas fight because I
can dig that. I can dig that. My bad.
No, you good because I feel Ugas is one of the top welterweights in the world. Even Kavaliauskas, you know, I seen him fight before. I mean, I wasn't. Well, he did fight differently than how he's fought in the past. But Kavaliauskas, I think I would put 10 guys over Kavaliauskas. Right now.
Didn't Tevin Farmer beat him?
Who?
Well, the Ugas fight ain't gonna happen, and this is why. I heard it on BFTB earlier today. In the amateurs, Ugas whooped his ass several times. So that ain't gonna happen.
Then what's he gonna do? You know, what's he gonna do?
What I was also gonna say is this: it's sad that these fighters don't realize that they got fans who have more confidence in them than they have in themselves.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. That's a fact, bro. That's a fact, man. That is sad. That is definitely sad, man. Yeah. You know?
I mean, that's to the degree that fans don't want certain fights to take place because they don't want the guy to lose themselves. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I've never seen boxing like this. I'm telling you, this little shift in consciousness probably started occurring in the late 90s, like right around 98, 99, because going back beyond that, it wasn't like this. But it has really taken a toll on the sport where fans are just happy to see their guys that they support be victorious in matches that really don't mean anything and don't want them to fight quality opposition where you can't pick a winner.
Yeah.
Imagine being like that about the Super Bowl or your favorite baseball team or basketball team. It's ridiculous.
Well, they don't make enough money. Some stupid shit like that, man.
It's not even all about that, bro. It's just like, they because at the end of the day, you see the abilities of certain guys, and the fans see it, and they just don't want them. A lot of times they don't want their favorite fighters fighting certain guys.
Yeah, they just want them undefeated. They don't want to challenge for him or something.
Yeah, they're
look at him. He can do knockouts in 5 seconds. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, like they're perfectly fine with these guys, fighting like how you would say, Alex, vagabonds and shit.
Yeah, and I get happy when them vagabonds end up like exposing these guys or like even beating them.
It's sad, bro.
Yeah.
It goes back to this Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford shit. It's like people now, like people who are all the time talking about trying to discredit. People will try to discredit. This is before this whole, Sean Porter shit, because that is a bad look. But you got people, they want to discredit Terrence Crawford and shit like that, But it's like, dude, you know what I'm saying? Like Terrence Crawford can fucking beat Spence, bro. You know what I'm saying? But it's like you want to discredit Terrence Crawford because Errol Spence is your guy. You know what I'm saying? It's pussy shit, bro.
Yeah.
Then
now he didn't do himself any favors in this situation, Bud Crawford.
Yeah.
Because like I said, who are you gonna fight? Who's
he gonna fight?
You're gonna fight Rabchenko or something, or
matter of fact, let me look at the rankings in the WBO. I'm gonna run through some names right now. You know what I'm saying? Because that's who's Terrence Crawford gonna fight? Okay, let me look at this shit right now. Okay, number one is Danny Garcia. That's a good fight.
That's not gonna happen.
It's top ranked. See, this is the thing. It's top ranked. Are these people? And this is what BFTB was talking about in the stream earlier. Okay, we assume he's gonna get past Ivan Redkach. You never know; things could happen, but we assume he's gonna get past Ivan Redkach. If he does this, okay, it's top ranked. Are they gonna really put together a credible offer to Danny Garcia? You know what I'm saying? Is this gonna happen? We're gonna have to wait and see. Sergey Lipinets. Maybe that's a good, to me, that's a good fight. I don't know how y'all feel. I think that's a good fight.
Terrence Crawford versus Lipinets?
Yeah, I think that's a good fight.
Yeah.
I can't speak for everybody.
I mean, you're talking about him when Crawford fought that guy from Namibia. I always forget. I can't remember his name now.
When he was fighting for the IBF strap, right?
Yeah, when he went on the speed. What's his name now again? Lipinets was talking about. Yeah, Lipinets was talking about
Akira Kondo. That's the guy he fought for the vacant belt on the Wilder Stavern 2 undercard.
No. I was talking about Crawford.
Who do you, Indongo?
Yeah, Indongo. When Lipinets, after that fight, when Lipinets talking about Terrence.
Yeah, but
then Terrence went to welterweight.
Yeah, he was talking about him, but I think I would accept that. I think Sergey Lipinets is a good ass fighter. I like him as a fighter. I like him. You know what I mean? Maybe they could do that. You know what I'm saying? Third is Virgil Ortiz. That fight's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. That's not the question. That's not gonna happen. Golden Boy is not gonna, risk that. You know what I'm saying? That wouldn't be a smart idea for Virgil Ortiz's career. Now Virgil Ortiz, well, I will say this: that's a bad motherfucker though for the future. I will say that. That's a bad motherfucker. Number 4 is a dude named, damn, these ranking systems are bullshit. Dude named Mika Shonina.
It's gonna be Mika Shonina.
Mika Shonina.
Yeah, he'll be.
That's 4th. Number 5 is Mikhail Zuski. I never heard of him. Number 6 is Castillo Clayton.
Must be a Russian spy.
Oh, Castillo Clayton. No, I know Castillo Clayton.
I've heard of him before. I haven't really seen him.
Yeah, I know him.
I've seen.
Yeah, I've heard of him. I've heard that name.
I've
Never
seen
him, but I've heard
highlights.
of him.
But yeah, because there was one time where Castillo Clayton was actually he was number 1 in the WBO. So I was like looking at a film of him. He's a big one thing, like he's like a rough, rugged guy, big welterweight. You know what I mean?
One height or frame.
More like frame. I want to say he's like 5'9", but he's a big guy. Like I'm not gonna front. That guy looks like he could fight at 154. Honestly, it's a big motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So and like watching highlights.
Where's he from? You know,
He's from Canada. I think he represented Canada in the Olympics, if I'm not mistaken. He has an extensive amateur background, so I know a little bit of him, but never really seen him.
Where is he from?
He's from Canada.
He's from Canada, or he lives in Canada.
I think both.
Okay, never mind.
No, number 7 is Michael McKinson. McKinson. Never heard of this dude, bro. Who the fuck are these guys, man? Shit. And then number 8 is Mean Machine. Oh no. That's not Mean Machine. It's some dude. Oh no. You remember that dude who fought? He's actually the mandatory for Spence for the IBF. Remember that dude? The last
Duke of Horror.
Yeah, Kadrutillo, Abdul Kakharov. Abdul Kakharov.
He's the one that had beat because he beat the tattooed guy. What's his name again now?
Luis Collazo.
Yeah, Collazo.
To be honest with you, I thought that fight. I think the fight was wide. I thought that fight was close.
Didn't he give him a few headbutts? He didn't give Collazo a few headbutts in that one.
Yeah, but I mean, did that fight get stopped? I think that fight got stopped.
Remember
Did that fight get stopped on cuts?
What was that? Yeah, it got stopped on cuts.
But if I'm not mistaken, I thought those scorecards was pretty wide though. If I'm not mistaken,
they were. I watched it. They were.
Yeah, that fight. I thought that fight was close, man. He was. He's food for Spence though. Yeah,
definitely. I thought.
It would be a similar fate to Ocampo.
Yeah, it'll be similar. I think so too. Maybe it'll go a few more rounds, but Spence will dog walk that dude, bro. Yeah. I thought he had issues against Collazo. Collazo's not even a big pitcher. He was on his bike like a motherfucker against Collazo. Could you imagine against Spence, who could cut off the ring and punch and go to the body? Like, man, he's full. I'm gonna say this: when in Spence's return, if logically, if he wants to take a tune-up per se,
that would be the best option,
and get rid of his mandatory. I think I wouldn't be mad at this fight. Just get rid of your mandatory, so you don't have that bullshit lingering. You know what I'm saying? I think he's food for Spence. You know,
it's safe to say that Crawford will fight the number 4 dude, or fight a guy that's like 15 or 20 or 30, or not even ranked at all. He might even fight a 140 pounder that moved up.
Okay, number 8 is Mean Machine. No. I'm sorry. No. Number 9 is David Abanesian. That's that dude who beat Shane Mosley. I think that was Shane Mosley last fight, I think. Yeah. But you know he nah.
No, he didn't. I give him credit. I mean, he beat that EBU champ twice. You know, that little La Raja.
I mean, I've never really seen the dude fight.
He's a good fighter.
Decent, okay.
Yeah, decent fighter.
10 was Mean Machine, of course. Number 11 is get a hold of this. Freddie Kowitz.
Who?
That sounds like a ketchup company.
Freddie Kowitz. This nigga name is Kowitz.
Where do they dig these guys up?
Yo, I don't know, bro. I don't know what's up with these rankings. These shits are
Frank
crazy.
Show.
Freddie Kowitz,
And the next one is somebody named Luther Clay.
Luther Clay,
What? And then Jerron Ennis, and then beneath him is somebody named Yuki Beppu.
Yuki Beppu. Shit.
What on earth?
And then number 15 is, I'm gonna try to pronounce this one. Nursultan
Forget it. Forget it.
Zangobayev.
Forget it.
Bro, who's Terrence Crawford gonna fight, bro?
Man, the WBO is a weird one. Every time I look at the WBO, there's no,
Yuki Beppu, Yuki, the Japanese guy.
yeah.
Nah, this dude, his name is Freddie Kowitz.
Oh, wait.
The thing that's funny is it sounds like quits.
Listen here, man. I just sat back and listened to you trying to read those names, man. I had my mic on mute, but I was dying laughing because it's like, who? You know, who?
No, the dude's name is Kowitz.
Just lost.
Hey, look how many times to see if he quit.
Oh shit! Let me look at it. I gotta do my homework on this cat. I got. Let me see if he's on YouTube, bro.
Apparently,
name
he
is
just lost
Kowitz.
the person below him, Luther Clay.
He lost to Luther Clay.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right.
Yeah.
So he lost to Luther Clay,
News.
but he's ahead of Luther Clay.
Wait, Brooklyn. Breaking news, earth-shattering news. He just lost to Luther Clay.
But this is what I'm saying. These rankings are so dumb because he loses to Luther Clay,
Yeah,
but he's ahead of Luther Clay.
Wait, why did Luther Clay have a dispute then, damn it? These guys just freaking lay over.
it shook up the division.
Oh my god! I'm gonna see if he has highlights.
How do you know?
Good luck.
Freddie Kowitz.
Good luck.
Luther Clay must not be American. He must be from I don't know where from.
He's from your part, bro.
Oh, is he?
Yes, he is. Well,
Oh,
he's
he
not
gay
South
fighter?
Africa, but he bases himself in England, huh?
Oh, okay, yeah, I see. Oh, okay, they actually have the full fight on DAZN.
Yeah.
Oh, the zone fight that.
Luther Freddie Kowitz.
Jesus.
Fuck.
Is that knockout on
His name is
decision?
Kowitz, son.
Nah, he seems like a pretty pillow fist. Well, decent. He got 10
Yeah, I'm
knockouts.
gonna look at his record.
Maybe him and Yuki Beppu can get it on.
Hold up. That can't be how you pronounce that brother's name. That can't be.
Kowit.
Bro, it's KIWITT.
That's quiet.
Kowitz.
Y'all motherfuckers ain't right.
Bro, that's how you spell the Joker's name, bro. Kowitz. I mean, how is this dude's name pronounced? This dude is 17-3. He has several losses. He lost to some dude named Lewis Green, and he lost to some dude named Akeem Ennis Brown. Yeah, bro. This is the ranking.
Well, all I gotta say is Lucas might as well quit.
Nah. His name is Freddie Kowitz.
His name is Freddie.
You can't make it up either way.
You can't make this shit up, dog.
Yeah, this is just bizarre.
Yo, you know what else would be a pretty damn. I don't want to. I really don't want to like overrate the guy or like try to make it whatever. But a guy that wouldn't be terrible would be a Jamal James. That wouldn't be a terrible fight.
He can't leave Minnesota.
Him and Crawford?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good fight.
That wouldn't be a terrible
It'd be
fight.
good. I'd like to want to see because he's got the height and everything. He's taller
Yeah,
than
yeah.
he's taller than the guy that Crawford fought.
He'll be-
Benavidez, he's way taller than him.
Because they have him out in Minnesota, beating up on those Mexican guys.
I remember watching he's fighting some bold dude. Now it's funny.
I think
His name is Freddie Kowitz. Damn, son. I remember 78 Sports said that shit in a video. He's like, man, names are important, man. You know what I'm saying? The fuck, dude? My last name was Kowitz, bro. I'm changing my shit, dude. Changing that
I'm gonna
shit.
make you quit like that, daddy.
Fuck out of here, bro. Kowitz.
I tell you
Kowitz.
one good matchup that I see in that WBO ranking, though. I know they got Garcia number 1, but number 3 is Virgil Ortiz. That'll be a great fight between those.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Between those two, that'll be a great fight. And that kid will make Danny fight. A lot of people haven't been able to make Danny fight. That kid will make him fight. And we'll really see what he has if he faces Virgil.
Oh, you saying Danny Garcia versus Virgil Ortiz?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant
that's a real Puerto Rican versus Mexican fight,
Yeah.
man. And that it'll be going down there because there'll be a lot of pride on the line. And that's why I said that guy will make Danny fight. I believe Danny can fight, but it's just that he's always fought like,
he likes to fight.
He
likes
has
to
this
fight
very
as far as-
cavalier attitude and approach, but I don't think he's ever really been in there in the professional ranks with someone that was a real threat to his position in the sport. Like his fight with Sean Porter, that was very close. His fight with Thurman was very close. A fight with Earl Spence and a fight with Ortiz would definitely bring something out of him.
Yeah.
He went 1-1 with Terrence in the amateurs, so that's not a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great fight. But it goes back. See, like we don't like to talk about like the money and shit like that. At least I don't. But at the end of the day, there is politics. You know what I'm saying? It's politics to everything. Just like it's politics at your regular job. It's politics. So there's politics to all this shit. You know what I'm saying? And now the question is Bob Rank? I mean Bob Rank. it's Top Rank, Bob Arum. Are they willing to write that check to make that fight? You know what I'm saying? Because let's just say hypothetically, and see the reason why I'm talking about the money a little bit because it makes no sense why they won't like offer Danny Garcia a particular payday or whatever or the money to bring him over to ESPN or whatever, because reportedly Tyson Fury gets a 5-fight, $80 million, $100 million deal. Hypothetically, let's just say if that's true. Let's just say if it's and he got $100 million for 5 fights. Hypothetically, we don't know that's bullshit, but hypothetically,
he didn't make nowhere near that.
Of course, but we just saying hypothetically. So let's just say he made $20 million against Otto Whalen. You mean you mean to tell me you made from a business standpoint, you recoup that money? For that same $20 million, couldn't you make a Terrence Crawford and Danny Garcia fight? Pay each $10 million each? Hypothetically?
That's how they keep the fights from being made, by not offering him market value, what he's worth. So that's why the Amir Khan fight happened like it did, because they could have paid Danny, but they didn't pay Danny. That's just, the business end of it, and that's how they keep the fights from happening. But you have to have a champion who will take that lead like Deontay did. See, that's another thing where we talk about him being a great man, because the fight with Fury may not have even happened. The first fight may not have even happened if it weren't for Wilder being generous.
Yeah.
See, it was he being generous that made the fight take place. Now, I don't like the fact that they cheated him because that man was knocked out. And that was a cheat to Deontay. But kudos to him for not even complaining or whatever, looking to just run it back and prevail in the rematch. But if you have to have someone like him that has that type of dignity that he could say, listen, in order for me to prove my wares, I need this guy in the ring. So even if I have to give up a few dollars here and there, which of course there's big dollars when you're talking about the money that they make, it's like, is it worth it toward the legacy that I'm trying to build and establish? See, Deontay feels it is. Bud has already talked about he thinks he's headed to the Hall of Fame already. So it's like you can see the writing on the wall with him. It's not about legacy for him. It's about the dollars at the end of the day. And when someone is thinking like that, it's always difficult to make the matches. And Danny thinks like that as well. So it's like they're probably not going to fight.
That's a damn shame.
It is a shame.
Luther Clay. Yeah, man.
See, I believe Earl would be willing to do the same thing that Deontay does when it comes down to him becoming undisputed, but maybe not at this time. He's only a unified champ at this moment, but he gets another one of those belts. If he wants all of them, he'll probably be, more generous to whoever is the other titleist in order to get himself assured undisputed. But it's a shame that these guys, they think like they do. And listen, if he is coming back and he's going to be okay and everything with his boxing career going forward, I don't want him off the hook of that damn rematch with Sean Porter. Sean deserves a rematch.
I agree. I agree with that 1,000%.
That fight is bigger than him and Terrence right now because that's unfinished business.
Right.
Man, if that knockdown did not happen, I'm telling you, that fight could have been scored a lot differently. The knockout just kind of made it more, of a favor for the victor. But it's like, dude, funnier things have happened. You know what I mean? And it was like, it's a shame that happened. Just that little lapse in concentration. And that's what happened. But it's like that man deserves a rematch. I am so glad I called that fight like I did going in. The Friday night chop session that I did, Reggie Owens and I were talking about the fight. And I said, you know what? Everybody is talking about how Earl is going to dominate this guy and this and that. I say Sean Porter is a 2-time multiple world champion. He's fought everybody in the division. He's a dog. I've never seen nobody, walk through him or whatever. And he brings it. And he's always in great condition. I said at the end of that show, I said, how about a rematch? This fight is so good, there could be a rematch. And nobody said anything. Nobody in the chat. Nobody questioned it or whatever. But then we had the fight, and that's exactly what people were talking about. Man, we like to see that again.
Yeah,
Right.
That's what happens when you put class against class.
yeah.
And just because one guy won doesn't mean it'll happen again. Because you give a person a chance to go back and work on something and, come back with a different mindset. The guy who won, he may think that it's easier the next time or whatever. There are a number of scenarios that play into rematches. That's why at the top of the sport, they're so important because rematches can help drive the sport forward. You get guys who separate themselves with rematches.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, like I've made my mistake. I mean, I've called fights wrong and stuff like that. And I don't really regret. I'm not gonna say I stand on my square. I don't regret anything I said, but I will say, like, all right, I'm gonna say it like this, because I did feel that Porter was going to lose decisively against Spence. I did say that, but hopefully it didn't come across as like being disrespectful as other people was disrespectful to Spence. I mean to Porter because I've always acknowledged Porter as, and I actually have a video on my channel. I always acknowledge him as one of the top guys in the sport. I just thought it was a bad style matchup for Porter, but yeah, man, Porter's the truth. Porter's the truth. And would I like to see a rematch of that? Absolutely. I would definitely like to see a rematch of that. Spence and Porter. I would love to see that. You know, the question is Spence willing to is he in that position to do that? Is he willing to do that rematch in the future? Hopefully it does. You know, they both still relatively young in their careers. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully we can see that in the future.
Yeah, hopefully.
But at the same time, I wouldn't mind seeing Porter and Crawford. You know, fuck that friendship shit, man. Fuck that shit, man. Make money together. Get money. Get a bag with each other. You know, put that friendship. I mean, how much times in our personal lives have we gone into physical altercations with friends? I know I have. You know what I'm saying? But you know, you fight it out. You have a disagreement. You fight it out or something. But then the next day, you know, you right back to being cool. Like I've done that plenty of times in my lifetime. So, but these guys are making millions of dollars, and you're not trying to fight.
Yeah, they're gonna make money after it. It's not like they're fighting that, you know, of personal reasons.
Yeah. It's not like you having a back alley fight, bro. Like you're gonna make millions of dollars, bro. Between the both of you, and y'all both have families. Now, I mean, especially for Terrence Crawford, this will be the biggest fight of his career. You know, this will be the best fighter he's fought. If you want to keep it real, that's the best fighter Sean Porter. If Terrence Crawford fights Sean Porter would be the best fighter he's ever fought. You know what I'm saying? Because if you ask me, I don't think Gamboa is a better fighter than Sean Porter. I don't think Victor Postal, if you want to talk about from a pound for pound standpoint, I don't think Victor Postal is better than Sean Porter. But it's not to say that Terrence Crawford's fought up like see me. I'm not gonna be like these other people and say, oh, Terrence Crawford fought a bunch of nobodies. I disagree with that. I think people go overboard when they use that type of stuff. Do I think Terrence Crawford has fought good fighters? Absolutely. But Sean Porter, to me, is better than everybody that Terrence Crawford fought.
Right.
You know? Like he's fought smaller guys, but if you want to talk about it from like a pound for pound standpoint, like you want to say, okay, pound for pound, if Yuriankis Gamboa was the same size as Sean Porter, I don't see Yuriankis Gamboa beating Sean Porter. You know, even the best of Yuriankis Gamboa is not beating Sean Porter, in my opinion. The best of Victor Postal is not beating Sean Porter. So it makes no sense why that fight not happening. Like that's bullshit. And it's a bad look. We just went through the rankings. You know what I'm saying? All these vagabonds and nobodies. Like there's a guy named Freddie Kowitz. Freddie Kowitz, bro. Get the fuck out of here, man.
And the guy that beat him is below him, which doesn't make sense.
And the guy that beat him and Luther Clay beat Freddie Kowitz. Yeah, Luther Clay beat Freddie Kowitz, but Freddie Kowitz is ahead of Luther Clay. This is boxing. Yeah. This is fucking boxing, bro. Unbelievable.
If I was Clay, I'd be making the scene.
I'd be pissed off. Like, how you gonna put this guy in front of me? I beat him. Matter of fact, when did that fight happen? Okay, to be fair, that fight happened like the other day. That fight happened on the 19th. So maybe you can make an argument that okay, and like the rankings are not updated yet.
Right.
let's see what
Okay.
the, so let's see. Let's have this same conversation next month.
Yeah,
You know?
and the Green Machine would be gone as well. And he'll be off that list as well.
Nah, he'll still be there.
He'll still be there.
I mean, Mean Machine did put a good account for himself. You know, like I'm not gonna shit on Mean Machine because he came in the best shape of his career. He came focused. He came ready to fight. He saw some things in Terrence Crawford. He thought that he could capitalize on, and he hit him with some big shots when he was on the southpaw stance. You got to give credit to Mean Machine. Like, he lost. Yeah, he finished the fight he finished the fight on the canvas. But but just because you get knocked out doesn't mean I don't respect you as a fighter. Like, I respect his effort. I put it like this: I respect the effort of Mean Machine than fucking Andy Ruiz. I'll tell you that much. Even though Andy Ruiz finished the fight on his feet, I didn't respect his performance. I didn't respect his effort. He didn't come in the best shape of his career. He didn't come in ready looking to win the damn fight. He came in there and he put on a dud. You know what I'm saying? At least Mean Machine came in there ready to fight. You know? So you gotta respect him for that. Yeah, man. This boxing shit. Hopefully we have how would you rate this year of boxing, 2019? I think it's been I think if I had to grade it from a scale of 1 to 10, I'd give it an average year of boxing. Been some good fights, excellent fights and shit like that, but I give it I say it was average. You know, a lot more arguing than actual fights taking place. I'll tell you that much.
The only thing that made me happy this year was like, we got rematches. We don't really usually get how many rematches.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of rematches.
Yeah,
quite a bit of rematches.
And the Houdinis, the hype jobs, the fan favorites, all these other guys either got exposed or they got defeated.
They look vulnerable, yeah.
Yeah.
Spence looked. I mean, I'm not gonna say he looked vulnerable. I just say he was just in a tough fight with Sean Porter. Obviously, AJ got exposed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And also this year showed as well what marinating does.
Yeah.
To the potential fight, like the Hurd thing, the
Hurd. Yeah, Hurd. Yeah.
Remember, he was about to fight. He was going to fight. What is it now? Charlo.
My favorite fights of the year was Spence Porter and Hurd. I mean, and Charlo Harrison. Those are my two favorite fights of the year. I think those are the two best fights of the year.
Them two.
Yeah. I mean, what? Let me see. I mean, there were some decent fights, but those two fights come to mind for me the most.
Right.
Those are the two best fights of the year.
I mean, I saw more than that, but I just can't remember the fights. There were some other good fights this year, not heavyweight fights, that were pretty good. Not only that, I thought the Dillian White versus Derek Chisora was a A-class fight. I thought that the Canelo versus Rocky Fielding, I thought that was an A-class fight.
Canelo and Rocky Fielding.
Oh, he's taking the piss.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're talking to. Okay.
I'm just talking, but there was a few that I saw. I just can't remember them. There were some pretty good ones. There was actually some pretty good fights on that one thing, that tournament that I don't know if they put it on, but the Charlo brothers, they were actually in the ring for that one after each and every fight. So I don't know if it was their thing, but it was on TV, but I don't know if it was something that they were supporting. But they had two good fights on there. But it ain't been I don't think really, to tell you the truth, about as far as like excellent fights. I mean, been put on like specifically. I don't think anybody can necessarily get promoter of the year, manager of the year, something like that.
What are you talking about, Mike? Eddie Hearn gets it.
Well, God bless that brother, but you know,
I would never like. I mean, if let's say we talking, okay, let's say you having like a year end like award show, like kind of similar to what D Style did. I wouldn't even have that as a category. Promoter of the year, like fuck all these promoters, man. If you ask me.
Well, I don't think that you should get rewarded for not getting the fans what they want as well.
Exactly.
And then plus,
Right.
not only that is, I don't think that it's healthy to make people fans of promoters or managers when you know that only feeds into non-successful fights and non-successful fighters.
Right.
Because if fighters ain't fighting each other, then okay, good luck making elite fighters. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you know they you know, some people can get past, you know, oh, fighting on the zone and then going back to ESPN or Fox and stuff like that. Some fighters can get past doing that, but some fighters, you know, they see the big picture when they know that, you know, there's more money to be had on the other side of the street, whether or not it's Fox or whether or not it's the zone or whatever. There's always your pros and cons to what you're doing. And a lot of people don't understand that until they get in that position. You know, it's easy to tell somebody if they ain't got a couple billion, yeah, to go over to the zone or Fox or ESPN. It's another thing when the person got money, when you're telling them to go to ESPN, the zone, or Fox, Showtime, or whatever the case may be. Because now you have a choice, and you can sit there and you can be like, oh, well, I can make more money over here today, or I can make more money over there in the long run. You know what I'm saying? Or I get more maneuver. I can maneuver more. I get residuals over here. I don't get nothing. So I get a one-time contract, and I don't make any extra money. You know what I'm saying? Like for life. That's the thing that people need to understand. You know, it's not easy to make these fights, but you know, some of these promoters is actually making it seem like it's one promoter against the other, or one fighter against the other, which, you know, that's the reason why I would say, yeah, promoter of the year shouldn't be a category. It should just be fighters, fight of the year,
Yeah,
fighter of the year. You know what I'm saying?
Knockout of the year, fighter of the year, prospect of the year,
Tough guy of the year. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even a good year. What you gonna say? Oh, Saudi Arabia, that and the third. Okay, you ain't the first person to go to Saudi Arabia and to do a sporting event. First of all, you know what I'm saying? You're just the guy that they picked, and you put on a car full of a bunch of heavyweights. Some past their prime, some not past their prime. You know, and some gave up lackluster performances. Well, two that I know of gave a lackluster performance, and then you put a non-heavyweight fight before them. Wasn't they had a non-heavyweight fight before the main event?
Oh yeah, they put it was some prospect.
Oh no, I'm thinking about the Tommy Fury thing, the Tommy Fury debacle. I thought that was some BS, but yeah, I just don't think that some of this stuff is even, you know, worth mentioning when it comes to that, because, you know, you helped expand the sport of boxing into Saudi Arabia, but a lot of those guys are already fans anyways of boxing. They just couldn't get a boxing match over there. But yeah, you expanded the sport of boxing and everything, but at what cost? You know what I'm saying? Was the ring bigger? You know what I'm saying? Was there something funny with the gloves? You know, who was the boxing commission? You know what I'm saying? Was it the dual boxing commission? You know what I'm saying? Because Saudi Arabia don't got a boxing commission. Like, how long could you take PEDs? You know, if you know, all kind of funny shit. Then not only that is like, you still ain't making no fights.
Yeah. I mean, we just got. I mean, in this case, you know, we just gotta like, you know, base everything off of what we saw that was actually went down in the ring. Like, for example, Kenneth Johnson just said, what were the best knockouts? Shit, Wilder. Wilder has the best knockouts. Yeah, Wilder. You know what I mean? That Ortiz shit was a thing of beauty. And knockout of the year was definitely that shit against Brazil, man. That shit.
Yeah, he knocked the tits off. He knocked the tits off Iggly Jiggly.
Dude, that shit, bro. I'm not gonna front, man. That's up there, bro. That's up there as far as like one of my favorite knockouts ever, dog. Like that shit's up there for me.
It caused Brazil's body to have ripples.
Nah, Daniel had a good knockout too.
Oh yeah, that Daniel shit's up there.
Yeah, I remember I wrote in the thing. He's dead. He's fucking dead.
Yeah. That Daniel shit's up there. Matter of fact, Teofimo had one early in the year too. That shit that he did. I think his name was Magdaleno.
Was it this year?
I think it was this year.
Shit,
it was this year.
Okay, but I don't think
I'm gonna see right now.
I don't think you should get knockout of the year if you got somebody that shouldn't be in the ring with you. Because Fujimoto had no business in there with Daniel.
I mean, but you can't say that because Fujimoto was in the rankings.
No. I'm quite aware he was in the rankings. What I'm saying is the level, the caliber of fighter that he was, he shouldn't have been in that ring.
Of course.
He should never been in that ring because he was in the rankings for having a 3rd or 4th tier belt. That's the reason why he was in the rankings. He's been in the rankings for like what, a year and some change, I believe.
Oh, salute to Teofimo. He fought 4 times this year.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. Salute
he fought 4 times this year.
That's what's up.
But that knockout against Magdaleno. That shit was beautiful, man. Caught him with them left hooks, man. That shit was a thing of beauty. And even what he did at the end of last year, what he did to Mason Menard.
Mason Menard. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that shit was vicious.
This gotta go. This TV show gotta go.
Yeah.
Devin Haney had a great knockout earlier in the year where he really loaded up on some dude and caught him with an overhand right.
Yeah,
that was a thing of beauty.
Done.
My dude, Chris Colbert caught a beautiful knockout earlier, like a couple months ago. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to have a category for performance of the year, I say it was J. Rock Williams against Jared Hurd. I thought he fought beautifully, man.
Yeah, he did.
That was a great fight. From a performance. Now, because like when you say performance, you gotta talk about like, a top, a high level fight, not just some prospect beating up on like some vagabond. You know what I'm saying?
And his previous performances was like, no.
Yeah, man, that was a great performance. I thought.
That was pretty good.
Was that better than how the way Earl did Mikey?
I say yeah.
Yeah.
I'm more impressed with what J Rock did because now I don't want to discredit the performance because Mikey was small or whatever. I don't want to do that, but you talk about a J Rock Williams who's fighting a bigger guy in Jared Hurd, and for him to manhandle the bigger guy the way he did, but he manhandled him with skill.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that shit was a thing of beauty, man, the way he fought that night, man.
Had that guy reconsidered if he should move up or?
Yeah, he made him cut his hair, all that shit. He made him cut that bullshit that was on top of his head. This dude, he made that dude rethink if he wanted to box anymore, bro. Honestly, shit.
Apparently, he wants his rematch. Now he wants his rematch.
Fuck that.
And he wants
to wait.
Go to the zone to get a check.
because he already held.
They hiring.
He was already holding up the division.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't like that shit that he said. I didn't like that shit that Jared Hurst said, talking about, I fought a bunch of left-handers. I need to fight a couple right-handers before I fight. That's some bullshit, bro. It's like you've been fighting right-handed your whole career.
J-Rock snatched the covers off of that dude, man.
Yes,
he
sir.
pulled the curtain back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
That's what he did. He exposed, you know, and I don't like to use that word, but it was an exposure. It was exposure of a champion who was very limited. Very limited. About as limited as you can be. And he let everybody know that he wasn't limited. You know, J-Rock. Anybody that steps in there with him better have their stuff together, because he's more than capable. That doesn't make him a Superman. It just means that he's a complete fighter, that you have to come in there with more than just a big punch or something like that, because he knows how to fight.
Yeah.
Knows how to handle himself, knows his way around the kitchen, so to speak. So, you know, that has to be respected.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, that performance was amazing. Like I can remember watching that fight live. I was just like, oh my God, bro. Like I was just like, wow, look at this, man. You know what I mean? Because I felt like everybody, it was like a foregone conclusion that Hurd was just gonna beat up on J-Rock and shit, and like J-Rock basically reminded motherfuckers like, yo, I'm one of the best fighters in this world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, everyone's basing it off his last performances, and probably.
Yeah, it's more so they're basing it off of what Charlo did to him. But you know, Charlo's a great fighter. You know what I'm saying? It takes a great fighter to beat somebody like a J-Rock Williams. And I do consider Jamal Charlo a great fighter. You know, especially in this day and age, he's elite. An elite fighter beat up J-Rock. It wasn't some vagabond like we talk about. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no Kowit type of dude. What's the nigga name? What's his dude name again?
Freddie Kowit.
Freddie Kowit. It wasn't Freddie Kowit who beat up on J-Rock Williams, bro. It was Jamal Charlo.
You said it wasn't no vagabond.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm over here laughing, cracking up, man.
Yeah, man. It wasn't some bum ass dude that beat up J-Rock, bro. It takes guys like a J-Rock, bro. You gotta be a fucking good ass fighter, bro, to beat that man. Shit. Like I was watching an interview from he did on I think the channel was AB Sporting News or something like that. He was doing an interview, man, and it was funny because the way he was answering the questions, he was very he was basically answering questions with just like 1 or 2 words and shit. Like you could tell he didn't want to do the interview, you know? And like he was just answering questions very sarcastically, you know? And it just made me think like, yo, man, this motherfucker's about his business. He ain't here to fuck around, man. You know what I'm saying? He's not in this sport for the glitz and the glamour. He's not in this sport to show off his goddamn his wrist watches and all this foolishness. He's not in this
plastic girlfriend.
Yeah, his plastic girlfriends.
Dyed the head blonde and shit.
Yeah. He's not here to show off his fucking cars and all shit. That guy, that's a real fighter right there. He's the type of dude. He's not gonna. He's never gonna be in the news in the off season. He's gonna prepare and beat the fuck out of you. That's J-Rock Williams, man.
My only issue with him was accusing people of being on the roids. That's only my only issue with him.
Who did he accuse of being on Peds?
You're saying about the Charlos being on the roids. When it him that started it off.
I don't. Did he? I never got that feeling. He said that. He just said he's just saying like, yo, if you're gonna fight me, we're gonna do random blood and urine tests and shit. I'm down for that. We should be in a clean sport. There shouldn't be this bullshit PEDs in the sport. If he's a clean fighter, he wants to fight other clean fighters. I'm not mad at that at all. And Jarrett Hurd, he needs to sit his ass down because I like Jarrett Hurd. You know, so I like Jarrett Hurd. You know, I like him. You know, he seems like he comes across as a good guy and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But as far as him saying, oh yeah, I still want the rematch with J-Rock, nah, you got to sit your ass way in the back of the line, Jarrett Hurd, because we was wanting Hurd and Charlo, and you talking about I want to fight right-handers before. Like, come on, like that's bullshit, dude.
Then he's calling out Kell Brook as well. He was calling out Kell Brook, wasn't he?
Yeah, you was calling out Kell Brook and shit. Like, come on, stop the bullshit, dude. You know what I'm saying? Because dogs, you're a professional fighter. You're gonna be fighting orthodox fighters your whole life for the most part. There's not, bro, in this planet. Like me personally, I'm a left-hander. I'm actually left-handed. Like, but in this planet, like, dude, most people on the planet are orthodox people. And then you cut that down to boxes. How much fucking southpaw boxes are you gonna come across in your whole lifetime? Honestly, probably a handful of guys. Honestly, bro. So for you to say,
weirdos.
I guess so. I could say I guess I'm a little bit of a weirdo.
I'm just joking with you, man.
Nah, it's all good. Nah, but that's what I'm saying. Is like you're not gonna find too much. Most of the people you're gonna be fighting are fucking orthodox people. So how are you gonna come on here and say, oh, I need to fight a couple orthodox guys? Like, what the fuck, dog? What type of bullshit is that, man?
Damn,
that's bullshit, bro. I ain't do no videos on it, but I was thinking to myself, man, that's some fuck shit.
Hope he didn't say that.
Huh?
Hope he didn't say that.
He did say that shit.
Ouch.
There's videos on that. People was doing a lot of videos on that, calling Jarrett Hurd out. Like, how you gonna say you want to fight some orthodox guys before you fight Charlo? Like, that's nonsense, man.
More than nonsense.
Jarrett Hurd probably thought that J-Rock was going to be a tune-up.
And you know what's crazy? The trainer, his previous trainer, he told J-Rock. Yeah, he told Dre like, yo, man, because he said this afterwards. He's like, yo, I don't want this fight. He said that shit straight up. I don't want that fight. You should fight somebody. He was saying, yo, you better off fighting Charlo right now.
That should have been the case.
I mean, you got to give credit to J-Rock. I mean, for Jarrett Hurd for taking on J-Rock, because J-Rock is a damn good fighter. You know, especially in this landscape of boxing where, you know, these guys want to pick and choose shit. He picked a tough ass opponent, but
but see, he made that mistake, Brooklyn.
Yeah, his calculation.
He was looking at the loss that J-Rock had against Charlo.
Yeah,
and knowing that Charlo was really a physically imposing guy who went ahead and moved up. You know, not long after that victory, he figured, oh, I'm bigger and stronger than this guy, and I can outlast him or whatever. But he didn't respect the skills, you know, and didn't acknowledge his own limitations, because he thought that he'll be able to just walk people down, be physically imposing on them and everything, and wear them down. Don't forget that when he called himself walking J-Rock down, J-Rock was breaking him down, you know, banging him to the body, you know, boxing using skill. And by the time he realized, oh, me walking him down, it ain't gonna work, then he realized that he couldn't box. J-Rock could box, and J-Rock was beating him. You know what's funny about that fight? Go back and watch it. J-Rock took the fight to him too. So he beat him at his own game first.
Yeah.
Then he tried to make the adjustment. He beat him at mid-range. And then later in the fight, like around the 7th, 8th round, he was beating him from the outside. So it was like he didn't have any answers.
No answers
for what J-Rock was able to do to him. J-Rock was beating him at, like they say, the 3 phases in football. He's like beating him in close, at medium distance, and outside too. He couldn't wait for the fight to be over, man, because he was getting his butt whooped.
Yeah.
That's why I just said that's why I feel that was the performance of the year.
It was. I agree with you.
Of the year, man, because man, dude, I can remember watching that fight. I was just in oh like God damn.
I was like, shit, he dropped her. I was like, shit.
It wasn't just about the drop. Is like what amazed me about that fight is because we know what Jarrett Hurd's style is. Jarrett Hurd wants to impose his size and will on you. But it was J-Rock who imposed that style on Jarrett Hurd.
Right.
I was just like, yo, crazy. Yeah. Yo. Man,
you really have to wonder if Charlo didn't catch him with that punch early in that fight, because he had tagged Charlo pretty good too.
Oh yeah,
that fight, and I don't remember what round the fight ended in, but to really get going into a match where you matching skills, because he's more skilled than Charlo is, but Charlo happened to land the great shot at the great time and ended it. You know, he couldn't recover from that. But see, here we go again with the rematch talk. I would love to see a rematch between the two of them.
Absolutely.
Because he knows how to take better care of himself now. And he did admit he was kind of feeling himself when he was in there with Charlo right before he got hurt, because he thought he was doing good. You understand? And he got snuck, you know. But again, such is the case of when you go back to the drawing board and you learn, just like Lubin. Lubin got caught the same kind of way, right? You know, and he's had to go back to the drawing board and things like that. But that doesn't mean it's the end of a guy.
Nope.
You should never count a guy out that just you get caught with a shot, because you could get caught with a shot. What you do give more credit for is what J-Rock did to Hurd. He beat him over a duration, you understand, of rounds. The entire fight. Hurd was never in that damn fight. And see, that goes back to something that Pernell Whitaker said. Pernell Whitaker said, why knock a guy out easy when he can make excuses? Oh, I got caught, this and that, it wasn't my night, whatever. But when you beat his ass over 12, 15 rounds, he got to go home and live with that shit. That he wasn't able to deal with you for the entire fight. You know, man. You whooped his ass over the duration. That shit sits with a fighter more than a guy that just got caught, because you could just kind of put that getting caught out of your head, you know. But you can't put it out the damn for 15 rounds, for 12 rounds. I couldn't deal with that dude. He just beat me at every phase of the game. That's why J-Rock didn't want to go right into the rematch with him, because he's still feeling that shit as far as how he could not compete. He's got to do some repair work before he gets back in there with a seasoned fighter like J-Rock.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's that performance right there, boy, was absolutely amazing. I've always said this, man. I love the 154 division. The 154 division is my favorite division in boxing. It really is, man. The talent in that division, and it's been like this for years. Just the talent in that division is just top notch to me. Even guys who don't have titles, even a guy like what's my man name from Argentina? Castanos.
Yeah,
Brian Castanos.
That's fighting Patrick Teixeira for that WBO.
But Oh, for real? That fight's gonna happen next?
No, that could possibly happen.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
I've never seen Teixeira fight, but Brian Carlos Castano, that's a damn good fighter himself.
Even knocked him out.
Yeah, I remember he said that.
Yeah.
But that's a damn good fighter who, you know, Erickson Lubin still has a future in that division. You know what I'm saying? Aristotle Laura's still there. He's still an excellent fighter. Yeah, man, there's a lot of guys in that division.
Even got Harrison still there as well.
Yeah, man, Harrison's still there. Yeah. And then, and the beauty about that division is like it ain't no super divas in that. We don't have like
everyone's lost,
huh?
Everyone's pretty much lost, so there shouldn't be no holding back now.
Exactly. You don't have the like, for example, at welterweight and shit, the Spence and Crawfords, the guys who's I'm the A side and you know this that, like it ain't no bullshit politics as much in the 154. Right. Just a lot of damn good fighters all fighting each other. Honestly, you look at the landscape, all these guys are fighting each other.
Yeah.
There've been a lot of great fights at 154. You know, sure, because I know, you know, even with Hurd, you know, shit, that fight with Aristotle Lara, to me, that was the best fight of 2018.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Yeah, that shit was a barn burner. You know. Yeah, man, that 154, man, that division is fire. I love that division.
154.
Yeah, bro. And then eventually, because I'm not gonna front. You know, I don't know how long. I don't know how long. I don't know how long J. Rock Williams is gonna be at 154. It seems like he's making the weight pretty comfortably. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, all right. Because we gotta assume. All right. I think J. Rock Williams beats Charlo, Jamel Charlo. If I had to put money on that fight, I think J. Rock Williams defeat Jamel Charlo. You know, but Errol Spence Jr. at some point, he's going to be at 154. Maybe they're on a collision course in the future. Man, listen, that ain't going to be an easy fight for Errol Spence Jr. I know there's a lot of, you know, Errol Spence Jr. fans out here, and I'm a fan. Errol Spence Jr. I'm a fan of Errol Spence Jr. But I guess you could say I'm not like a crazy fan of him like other guys. Like I'm a fan of him. I respect him. Yeah, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not a fanatic. I'll put it like that. He's one of my favorite fighters, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If anybody thinks fucking Errol Spence Jr. runs through J. Rock Williams, got another thing coming. You know? Because eventually Spence is going to be at 154. He's a big welterweight at that. Yeah. You know? Listen, man, if that fight ever happens in the future, that ain't going to be an easy fight for Errol Spence Jr. I'm gonna even go a step further, because a lot of people now, if you ask me what's my opinion on Spence and Crawford, I think J. Rock Williams, call me crazy, but I think J. Rock Williams would be a harder fight for Spence than Terrence Crawford would be. I think Spence beats Crawford, but I don't know if he beats J. Rock Williams. I'll just put it like that.
Yeah, my money's still on Spence against J. Rock.
If that fight was to ever happen, I'll say like a split decision type of shit, bro.
Well, with Spence and J-Rock.
Yeah,
Or you mean if Spence was to win, it'd be like a split decision?
I say close split decision. You know what I mean? Because one thing about J-Rock, man, like that dude brings a level of craftiness in that ring. Because he's from Philly, man. Like he's just because Philly, yeah, man, it's just something about them Philly fighters, man. They have that craftiness, man. They do things in the ring that like a lot of people don't really notice from the outside looking in type of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a Bernard Hopkins and shit. Bernard Hopkins did a lot of stuff in the ring, man, that went over the heads of people. You know what I'm saying? And J-Rock has similar attributes, I think. That'll be a tough ass fight for Spence, man. I'm telling you.
That'd be like in 2021, maybe, or something.
Yeah, like 2021, 2022 or some shit. Assuming J-Rock he makes the weight comfortably. But you gotta say, for J-Rock, he's probably looking at it like shit. I'm staying down here. I'll do whatever I can to stay down here for Spence coming because that's a big money fight.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's a big money fight.
Yeah, you got a Dallas thing going on and shit. Yeah.
Hey, y'all, I got to go, man.
All right, salute, bro.
Yeah.
All right, Tyrone, Stormy, Brooklyn, and Tyrone. I'll see y'all later.
Peace out, yo.
Peace.
All right.
What you think, Stormy? Maybe Stormy's on mute. Yeah, man, that's a great fight, bro. Spence and J-Rock. I'm not gonna front, bro, man. I think about that fight sometimes, man, because eventually,
a lot of guys as well. I won't mind seeing Spence. Look it up in the 154. I wouldn't mind seeing him fight Lara. I wouldn't mind him seeing fight Lubin. There's a lot of good fights.
Oh yeah.
If these guys end up staying, by the time he moves up, if these guys end up staying,
they'll be there.
Because they're getting up there in age and shit and stuff like that, so they might end up just moving up.
I'm not gonna front, man. I can see J-Rock Williams beating Spence.
Yeah, it won't be far. It's not far fetched. Not something that long.
See that shit. I've always thought about that fight, yo. I've always thought about that fight. I've never said it on videos, but it's like one of those things where it's like, even though I'm not on live streams or even if I'm not uploading videos, like it doesn't mean I'm not thinking about the sport. You know what I'm saying? But thinking about the sport, man, I'm always thinking about the sport and future matchups and shit like that. Like I think about Erickson Lubin a lot because even though he did that loss against Charlo, like that motherfucker could fight. That's a talented motherfucker right there. You know what I'm saying?
I want to see if they can get Erickson Lubin to fight Liam Smith or something.
I mean, you got the political stuff. I mean, Liam Smith. You talking about that dude who fought Canelo?
Yeah, him.
Erickson Lubin watches that dude.
Yeah,
that's easy work for Erickson Lubin. That's easy work.
Yeah. Maybe it's just me being sadistic, just wanted to see Liam Smith get knocked out.
I think Erickson Lubin could have beaten Jaime Munguia if they fought.
Oh, that'd been a good one. Man, I wish we got the Erickson Lubin versus Hogan.
He beats Hogan.
Yeah. Say again.
He beats Hogan.
Yeah, he would.
They were supposed to do a Erickson Lubin and Gausha fight, if I'm not mistaken. But Gausha got injured, if I'm not mistaken.
Something along them lines.
Maybe that fight's still in the picture. That fight could still happen.
Probably.
Yeah, bro. There's a lot of good fighters in this division, man.
Yeah. All have losses. All of them lost their virginity.
Yeah, he dominated Nathaniel Gallimore. I thought he dominated him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that was the replacement.
Yeah, he was a replacement for Goosh. When I read it, I see it's Gusha. You guys say Goucher, but yeah.
I wonder if Erickson Lubin can even make welterweight. He looks like he's small. Like Erickson Lubin, he looks like one of them dudes who's gonna be at 154 for a long time.
Long time.
He's gonna be there for a long time. Like, because
Like
he's,
Lara.
yeah. I think he's gonna be similar to that. Because I don't see Erickson Lubin because he's too small for middleweight.
Mm. He's only, how old is he? No, he's 20.
He's 24.
Oh.
I'm looking at his box right now.
Shit, time goes fast. 24. Yeah,
I wouldn't mind. And another thing, I wouldn't mind. Hopefully, he gets his self together. I wouldn't mind him. I wouldn't mind seeing him fight Charlo again.
Charlo, yeah. We finally get like we'll finally see what happens this time.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that fight again in the future.
Yeah.
Oh, you got caught. I mean, see, okay, because Stormy B-Man talks about the
Hello?
Wait, hold on, my bad. I got sidetracked. Yeah.
No problem.
Oh no, it's all good. Yeah, man. Well, I lost my train of thought. What you said?
No, I said no problem.
Oh no, what were you saying before that?
You were about to say Stormy B-Man talks about something.
Oh yeah. The knockout.
Okay.
Yeah, knocked down in the first round or the first couple rounds with a punch. Now I'm gonna say this, like for example, example of like Wilder and Brazil. Wilder and Brazil, I don't like Wilder's just a better fighter. You know what I mean? Wilder's just better. He caught him in the first round, but he's just better. But with Erickson Lubin against Charlo, I'm curious, like, okay, he caught him in the first round, but I'm just curious, like, is how much better is Charlo is to Erickson Lubin? It's still that question to me.
Well, I'll also say this about Brazil. Brazil was just dumb. No, and I'm serious. I appreciate you guys laughing because I'm not actually saying it for a joke.
Yeah.
I'm saying it from a trainer standpoint. He's actually you're actually in there with the heavyweight champion who has shown you through highlight reels that he knocks guys out. He hits them on the chin and they go. And you go out there lackluster, lackadaisical, with your hands low and everything, and you're stepping to the man with your hands low. Do you realize, and this is a two-part thing I'm about to say, when Wilder knocked him out, he was stepping to Wilder with his hands low and was thinking about throwing a 45. Well, Wilder, in his infinite wisdom of this thing, realized the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So I'm gonna hit his ass with this right hand because he's bringing his punch up from his waist, and it happens to be his left. His chin is wide open, and I'm gonna nail him. And it was as simple as that. Now, when Wilder recounted the knockout, he said, I couldn't believe the guy was going to walk to me with his hands low like that. He was like, the right hand was wide open. He said, so I took it. Now, I didn't say anything that was so, out of this world and like rocket scientists or something like that. I said exactly what the fighter saw, but I saw it from outside the ring, and Dominique was in there with him and got hit by him earlier in the round. So that's not enough to make you pick your damn hands up. He deserved to be knocked the fuck out,
right?
Because that was dumb. You don't go out there against a guy that has slept every other opponent that he's faced before you with your hands low. You don't do that. And he did it as if like, I'm going to show the world that I'm brave. No, you showed us how dumb you are. You understand?
Yeah.
And he was on his back, flat as a pancake, and then had the nerve to get up and say, I could have continued. Man, get the hell out of here with that mess. Ain't nobody want to see you get killed. You understand? But at the same time, he was unconscious for 8 of the 9 seconds. So how could he continue? Huh? All because his hands was around his waist. Go back and look at the knockout, and you see him walk to Wilder with his hands low, and he's about to throw a left 45. About to.
Yeah, I'm literally watching. I'm literally watching it right now.
And Wilder was like, bam! You understand? It's like he didn't even know what fucking hit him. That's why he fell like a ton of bricks. And that was freaking stupid. And if I was his trainer in the corner, when we got back to the dressing room and everything, after I make sure he's all right and everything, I would have asked him, what the hell was on your mind? Because you're a big guy, like he's a big guy. There would have been some things that you could have done, but my goodness, you ain't helping yourself with your hands around your fucking waist.
Right.
You might well not have no fucking arms. And you in there with a man who's a fucking assassin. Huh? That's why I said he was dumb. So the dumb fighter of the year award goes to
Next year I'll be going to Dylan White.
Oh shit!
Thank you. I'm here all week, you know.
Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh my god, dude! Fuck! Oh man, that's fucking funny, yo. He said the dumb fight.
Rightfully so.
Oh shit! Oh my god, dude!
You know, it would really lighten my heart if you guys listen to what I say about these fucking fighters with these low hands and hands low, and they get hurt, they get knocked out, and they lose and stuff. You know, that you guys start repeating what I say about it, because you know why? It's an exposure of the trainers.
Oh my god!
Okay.
It exposes who they learning from.
Yeah.
And you are being allowed to go out there with your hands low and everything. And just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it's okay.
Oh,
You see,
Right.
but you see so many of them out there now.
yeah.
That even the ones who are doing these things, fighting against each other, don't even know how to fucking take advantage of it. But it's the guys who've been taught correctly who can. Just like Wilder. Who's Wilder's trainer? Mark Breland. Huh? And Mark Breland was probably America's best amateur ever. Okay? And in the amateurs, that's where you learn your technique.
Yeah.
So for those who, again, it goes back to Wilder being a good boxer, those who think that Wilder can't box, better think again.
Oh,
he got the best man in his corner to teach it. And that's all he needs is technique. And he has it. None of his knockouts are similar.
Yeah, that's a great point.
None of them. They're
That's
all
a
different.
great point.
Even though he may have knocked people out with the right hand a great deal, but they're not at all similar.
They're not the same. A perfect example is when he knocked out Spilka. You know what I'm saying? That was totally unexpected. You know what I'm saying? When it happened, it was just like, oh shit.
Exactly. I was watching that fight live, and when he hit that guy, he threw like a sweeping right hand.
Yeah.
It was like a right hook sweeping punch kind of from underneath. And I was like, holy shit, how did he hit that guy with such leverage like that? That's when I started to sit up and watch what he was doing, because you know, sometimes you hit a guy with a shot like that and you nail him, he'll stagger back and be like, oh shit, you know, he try to get himself together. He put that motherfucker to sleep with that shot
for a few weeks.
And it wasn't a lot of leverage. It was like if you want to say it this way, and this is not to put him down, it was like an arm punch, because he couldn't get like the leverage you would think that a guy should get on a shot, right, to knock a dude out. But he did, which just speaks to what he's got in those shoulders, man. Seriously.
Yeah, man. Even look at, he has two of the best knockouts of the year. Deontay Wilder, both different. They're both different. Yeah. Because if you look at the Ortiz knockout, man, that shit was so funny when he said the dumb fight of the year, man. Like my stomach was hurting after that shit. Damn, dog. Whew. Okay, I'm regrouped. Okay, the knockout against Luis Ortiz, like now his hand was slightly lower. You know what I mean? His hands was slightly low, but like the way Wilder threw that punch, he threw it with such velocity and so straight. He threw it with so much velocity and he threw it so straight. Ortiz didn't have time to even defend it. It was so fast. It was so fast to the point where it's like I had friends with me who watched the fight with me and they didn't even react. They like, yo, what the fuck just happened? You know?
But you know what? I kind of disagree, Brooke, because it was like this. He put that left across his eyes. He blinded.
Yeah, he blinded him. Yeah.
And then he fired that right. He was totally caught by surprise.
Yeah.
And the thing about Wilder's knockout power, this man actually, you know, fighters know they got power, right? Tommy Morrison always believed in his left hook. When he got stopped against Lennox Lewis, he was trying to tell the ref, I still got my left hook, ref. You know, Mike Tyson would always try to wind up and throw a right hand at some point to bail himself out later in his career when, you know, he was on the decline.
Yeah.
But Wilder is a bit of a different animal, because he knows if he hits you, you're gone. He knows it, which is why, like, you see his reaction after he lands. He was celebrating knocking out Fury because he knew he caught him with his good stuff. And he should have been granted that knockout. That man was out for at least 6 or 7 seconds unconscious. And the ref was counting slow, and he was yelling at him, trying to wake him up because his eyes were fixed to the lights over his head. He was unconscious with his eyes open, and the ref was yelling. And then finally Fury blinked, woke up, and rolled over and the fight should have been stopped. It should have been. But this man knows when he hits somebody what he can do. And this is how you also have to have an appreciation for what he does, because he's not trying to kill anybody, even though he says, I want a body on my record or whatever. But he's not, you know, he could actually unload and murder someone. Seriously. That's why Dillian White really need to shut the fuck up. Because if he ever finds himself in there with Wilder, it's probably going to be one of those highlight reels like that one guy he knocked out that was writhing on the canvas with shaking and shit.
Oh, yeah.
That dude, that's what's probably going to happen to Dillian.
But
I want that to happen, didn't I?
I still want to see the fight though.
Oh yeah, I want to see the fight.
I want to see that shit bad, dude.
Then he gets the idiot award next year. They didn't get through.
Oh shit, man! Yo, that shit was funny, man.
He fights like an idiot himself.
Oh man, what was that?
Said White fights like an idiot anyway in general.
Yeah, bro, his performance against Marius Wack, man, that shit was
That was whack.
that was terrible, man. Like,
Wiggly whack.
and
He
then
looked like he literally got out of the bed, put his bathrobe on, and walked to the ring.
yeah, man.
I mean, that had to be the most out of shape fighter of the year, as far as coming to the ring looking like that. The dude was 280, 290 pounds walking into the ring. I know what he weighed at the weigh-in, but don't forget, they go back and eat after that.
Oh yeah.
He was down Big Baby Miller territory. You understand? And that's nothing flattering.
Yeah, man. Like the thing that got me was like this guy, and we talked about the shoulder roll earlier. Like, this guy is doing a shoulder roll. This guy is shoulder roll. Like, I'm thinking, so what the fuck are you doing, bro?
He was too out of shape to pick his hands up. That's what that was. You know, when you getting hit on the arms and stuff, and you get a little fatigue, you have to shake that out and pick them arms up. He was rather keeping them low and was taking fucking shots because he was so out of shape. And he think he gonna get in there with Deontay Wilder? It don't matter if he come in the best shape of his life. He's still gonna suffer the same fate.
Oh yeah.
Death.
Shit.
See, Wilder gonna get him for talking all that shit, you know.
Yeah,
that's a given right there. He ain't gonna say nothing publicly, you know, because he don't want to scare the guy out of fighting him. He want to let him keep talking and everything. But he said it just like in that interview with 78. He was like, just keep on talking. You're gonna be on my list. You understand? Look at Brazil. Brazil talked all that shit, right? Big time stuff. Huh? I guess I'm gonna need an urban dictionary to figure out what Wilder's talking about. He was gonna need a Bible because he was about to approach them pearly gates. That right hand hit his ass. Whoever made that Deontay Thanos gif where you get hit with the Infinity Gauntlet and turn to dust when you hit the canvas and the ref was counting over a blank canvas. That was a funny ass gift right there.
Yeah.
That one and the one with Brazil, I mean with Stavern falling flapping back against the ropes with his legs stuck up under him.
Oh my god.
Those two right there, man. They were the funniest gifts I seen that memes that off of Deontay's knockouts.
Man, it's such. I'm not gonna lie, man, and I've said this in your stream before, man. Me being my age, man, being young, you know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't young, like I wasn't like watching, really following the sport during like. Obviously, I was born in '88, so like I missed, you know, the era of Muhammad Ali and Foreman. Like I miss all these guys, but like I'm glad that me being my age, I could watch a prime Deontay Wilder and appreciate it, because like, you know, another knockout I love that people forget about sometimes. Remember what he did against Kelvin Price?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I've watched that a couple thousand times myself, bro. Like that shit was beautiful. The way he just came across the ring and he just like, man, dude, that
check this out. Man. I'm gonna describe that right hand for you, and you tell me if I'm lying or not. When he threw that right hand at that dude, when he launched it, it looked like it fucking picked up speed, even in slow motion. The fucking right hand was coming to the guy, and the guy kind of saw it, but that shit picked up speed like at the last 6 or 7 inches. And it just exploded into his face. That was fucking awesome, man. Watch that fight and watch that knockout in slow motion. When Deontay launches that right hand, and it looked like he drew back with it, but he didn't. He threw it from his shoulder, but as it hit like where his elbow was like halfway bent, then the fucking right arm just straightened out and bam, it caught the whole snap at the end on his face. I was like, man, you know, and that was not one of the fights that I had seen of him, you know, when it happened. I went back and saw that knockout. And no matter how you play it in slow motion, the fucking punch picks up speed in mid direction. And it just explodes into the guy's head. He is something, man. He is something. And see, they talk about George Foreman when George was young, but George was like clubbing people to death, you know, and he was just strong and like a mule, you know, and he get in there and pound you and bludgeon you, and he take guys out like that. Deontay is more like it's like a bullet. It's like a rifle that fired off, you know, and it's just speed and power, and he don't need a lot of distance to cover, and he'll get you. Like George used to push people back a little bit, he'd bump them, push them back, and then launch the 1-2 or whatever, and sometimes bring the punches underneath with the uppercuts. But Deontay, he don't need a lot of space, bro.
Yeah, it's a sight to see. Seriously, it really is. Like I'm watching it right now. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Like it picks some steam.
Didn't that punch pick up like en route? It was like when they launched the missile from the plane, and it takes off, and then it like just before impact, it accelerates or something. Boom to the target. Fucking got an MX missile, man. That dude, he just, and then the knockout of Fury too, it should have been, you know, granted to him, because you know why? For as much as they talk about him being windmill Wilder and all of that, his last few knockouts have been beautiful.
Oh yeah,
he cleaned Fury up with the left hook on the way down. It was picture perfect. He threw the right hand, and as he was followed up with, cleaned his ass up with that left hook like you're supposed to. And that dude was on the canvas. He was out. And the ref, being in the 12th round, he should have looked at Fury, been like, oh shit, and just waved that off. And that would have been one of his greatest highlight reel knockouts. A last round knockout of a guy who was not willing to trade with him, try to play defense, try to stay away, all of that, and still got knocked the fuck out. That was how that was supposed to play out. But that fucking ref, Jack Reese, whatever his name is, don't like that dude. And that ain't the only fight that he's been very questionable in. But we're talking about Wilder at the moment, but he robbed that man of his knockout. And I think if it was anybody else that wasn't the same complexion as Fury, he would have just waved it off. And we've seen him do some questionable things, but I think he was trying to give this guy every chance.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to what you said, but because I did a video on that Jack Reese, but even like looking at that Kelvin Price, man, the beauty of it again, like blinded him before he threw the right hand. He stuck that left hand just a little bit to blind him, and then that missile came through. You know what I mean? That's one of my favorite knockouts ever, dude. Honestly, I love that shit a lot. But going back to Jack Reese, yeah, man, he's a clown, man. The guy's a clown, man. Like I don't understand how, because he always able to ref these main event fights and stuff like that happens in California. I don't understand why he's continuously being a ref. How is it that we as boxing fans we see the bullshit that he does, but the people who have the power that's actually making decisions, he's out here. He's still allowed to have a job. Like
I'm gonna say
he's gonna get somebody. He's gonna get somebody hurt. Yeah,
because he white, bro. When Richard Steele was calling fights too quick or whatever, they removed him off of some championship fights for a while. because he was pulling the plug on fights too soon. Like in a year and a half, almost 2 years, he got a bad deal on fights with Meldrick Taylor and Chavez. He got a bad deal with a Terry Norris fight. He got a bad deal with Tyson and Ruddock. He pulled the trigger on that fight too fast. And there was a couple of others. It was like he had 5 fights that people were on him. Like when they announced him as the referee for the fights, people were booing him. And they pulled him back for a little while. This guy needs to be pulled back, especially when he said what he said on the mic, you know, talking about, you know, he has to, you know, interject himself in the fight. He said that. And then he said something about, you know, the fight is not a, it's not a and acting like he's Big Dog Willie or some shit. He needs his ass whooped, and he needs to be pulled off the top of the championship fight plate for a while, if forever.
Yeah, seriously, man. I don't like him either. I don't like him either. You know what I'm saying? I don't like him either. I did a video on this fucking guy. I don't like him. You know what I'm saying?
He was supposed to waive that fight off for Charlo.
Yeah.
He let this guy was clearly fucked up. And he let Charlo's over there celebrating everything. He's still trying to get a man a chance. I understand if you want to give a champion a chance, but that wasn't the situation to give him a chance. And then when he was up against the ropes, bobbing and weaving, and Charlo was punching down, he jumps in and fucking stops it. Come on. Let him go down again. Let him get beat to the canvas again. He was beat to the canvas and the dude was wobbled around, fucked up. You could have stopped it right then.
Yeah.
But no, you let it continue to this point. So now you could jump in like you're fucking Superman. I'm here to save the day. You know, getting his ass whooped. You know, so you jump in like that and make it look like, oh, you're being merciful. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
you're being merciful for Tyson Fury.
Yeah, you know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I was at the venue, and like when he hit him, okay, so where I was seated at, like I could see now from where I was seated at, basically I was behind the position of where Harrison was. So I'm seeing Charlo just land these flush shots. I'm getting up. I got up. I'm thinking to myself, yo, this shit's over. Like, I turned my back. I'm thinking the ref called the fight. I'm like, oh, what a fight. Like, I'm jubilant and shit like that because this was it was such a great night of boxing. It was a great fight. And then when I saw that Harrison was able to continue, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm yelling. I'm like, why is the fight keep going on? I was yelling this shit. I'm like, this is unbelievable. He landed, and now I'm watching. Now when I get home, I watch the replay. I'm like, dude, he landed like 5 flush, clean shots on Harrison's chin, Harrison's face. You don't stop the fight.
Harrison was fucked up. That's why you heard me say a moment ago the guy was fucked up. It could have been stopped. But no, he let the shit continue and let the guy get pounded on. You understand? Exactly. I said this after that Fury fight. I said that man gonna fuck around and somebody gonna die or get severely injured because of him. His officiating. He is making poor judgments in the ring. You don't do that. Fury being on the ground, unconscious with his eyes open. That fight should have been waved off. Harrison being in the situation he was in. That fight should have been waved off upon that first knockdown. He was done. You know, like in the first round when he got hit on the chin. I mean, the second round when he got hit on the chin, he went down on the seat of his pants. You know, he kind of caught himself hitting the canvas, and he was able to rise up. No, in that last round where he got stopped, that he was hurt, man. He was hurt. And I don't like referees taking that shit upon themselves and being like, you know, because you're trying to say I was trying to give him a championship chance and all of that. No, man, you have to make a better assessment of things than that.
Yeah. Another
Yo, guys,
one.
I'm gonna bounce.
Bro.
It's good talking to you guys, hearing you guys. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Next time. All right. See you, Brooklyn, Stormy, and Tyrone.
Salute, bro.
Yeah.
I know
All the best.
Okay, bro. Take care, man.
Yeah, I'll be listening on when y'all do your live stream tomorrow. But another fight that was a questionable finish was, you remember when Berto fought Victor Ortiz in the rematch?
Mm-hmm.
You remember that? And Ortiz is clearly hurt, and like I'm trying to recall this shit again. I'm trying to remember what happened. Okay, he gets. Oh man, let me. Okay, Victor Ortiz knocks him down again. He's counting. He's done. He's still counting. And then he's yelling at him, do you want to continue? Dude, just wait the fight off, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, he should have, like he's like stumbling all over the ring. You know what I'm saying? He's stumbling over the ring, and he's like trying to get this guy to continue to fight. Like, dude, he's done, bro. You know, like that was another fight that I remember that came to my head with this guy Jack Reese, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, he's gonna get somebody seriously hurt in there one of these days, man.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's not what we want to see.
No, I don't want to see that. Absolutely not. I don't want to see that at all. You know. And the thing about it is that with these questionable things he's doing, and you made a great point, because I remember watching. Remember, I think HBO had a little thing where it was like legendary nights of HBO boxing or something, and they spoke about that Melvin Taylor and Chavez fight, and they spoke about how I don't remember if it was actually that documentary or something else, where he mentioned something like everything that you said. You know, a lot of people did not like him as a ref. You know, but people made their voices be heard. But I feel like in this day and age, you know, people don't really care. It's like he's reffing these fights. People don't care. You know, people don't care. He don't get no ridicule, no nothing. You know, people don't even say his name. All they say is, "Oh, he should have been counted out," but you're not putting a name to the guy who should have been counted out, who made the count. You're not putting a name to the man. You know what I'm saying? It's bullshit.
That's like a lot of people don't like that referee, the big dude, Jay Nady, but I like him because he do make good judgment calls. It's just that some people don't like the guy, and like when Costa Tszyu fought your boy Zab Judah, and he caught Zab with that punch, and Zab went down, and he got up and he went down again, and Jay Nady waved the fight off. And then Zab was trying to tell him, I'm okay. And he waved it off. But, you know, when he went down the first time and he got up, he was talking to Jay Nady and not focused on the fight, not focused on getting himself together. He was discombobulated.
Yeah.
Just like when Tyson knocked out Trevor Berbick, he was discombobulated. He got up and went down 3 more times because he from one punch, you know. And they stopped that fight. But it's like when you get up and you go down and you get up and you go down again, they have to stop it, man, because you ain't got no legs, and you're supposed to know as a fighter, you give yourself an opportunity to get yourself together, look at your corner and take in the count and all that. When you're doing all of that, get back up, down real fast and all of that, that means that your mind is gone, your faculties are gone. Yeah. That's why they could call it like that. Now, a lot of fighters will disagree with that and everything, but that's why you lose, because you're discombobulated.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to that Zab Judah point, you know, and now at the time, because, you know, when that fight happened, I believe, 2001 or 2000, when he fought Costa Tszyu. I was a little kid. Like, I think, 2001, I was in junior. I was probably like what, junior high school, like 6th grade, 5th, 6th grade, or something like that. I was a little kid, but I was still watching boxing, So at the time, I was just disappointed. At the time, I didn't know as much as boxing as I know now. But at the time, I was just disappointed because Zab Judah was one of the first fighters that I like said like, yo, this is my guy. Zab Judah is one of the first fighters. I'm like, yo, this is my guy. This is somebody I'm rooting for. So at the time, I was just disappointed. But me understanding boxing now, I'm thinking to myself, damn, dude, it would have made more sense for you to stay on the ground for 8 seconds, get your faculties, get your bearings together, then get up, or at least try to get up in in the 6th, 7th second, not just try to get up immediately. You was discombobulated, because from what I recall, because I'm not gonna lie, man, I was a Zab Judah fan. I don't watch that fight no more. I can't watch that fight, but what I can remember was Zab Judah was performing very well in the first round. He was performing very well in the first round, and next thing you know, he gets caught in the second round. And I'm just like, fuck, dude. Thinking about it now, I'm like, damn, dude, you should have fucking, just stay on the ground for 6, 7 seconds, then get up, man, and continue on. You still have 10 more rounds to go.
All of that would have been a moot point if Zab fucking had his hands up. He pulled back with his chin up in the air, and Costa Tszyu followed him and nailed him right on the button.
Yeah.
Nailed him right on the button. And again, hands low. Zab fought with his hands low.
Yeah, he did.
Kept that right hand low. Kept it low all the time. Sweet Pea didn't keep his low. He might drop it a moment for a strategic purpose, but Sweet Pea kept his up. And they used to try to say Zab was Sweet Pea with power. No, he was far cry from Sweet Pea. Far cry.
Yeah. Yeah, Zab Judah was definitely an underachiever, to say the least.
Big time.
Underachiever, to say the least.
I think that both he and Mike Tyson are equal underachievers because they both had exceptional talent and ability, but did not have the mentality to go along with what they were doing. Because Zab should have beat Floyd Mayweather. He should have. He had all the talent that Floyd didn't have. But Floyd had the IQ, he had the mentality, and he had the heart.
Yeah, actually, I heard. I was listening to your stream earlier. You was going in on Floyd. Yeah, he was going in on Floyd. But like, I gotta finish listening to the stream you did earlier because I saw Tyrone drop the link, so I hopped on. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna finish listening to your live stream you did earlier. But yeah, man, that's the one thing. That's the one thing. I mean, I know. For a lot of us, and even me, like. I'm not a fan of. I was never a fan of Floyd from outside the ring standpoint. But one thing I do respect about Floyd was like even though he made the money he made, he still trained like he had nothing. So that's something that I definitely.
And that's one of the reasons that I don't give him some of the credit that everyone else does. Floyd came up in an era where he had the luxury of two men in his life, his father and his uncle, that could tell him the ins and out about the sport, which was great. But he also existed amongst a class of individuals where no one else on the other side from him had the same dedication he had. So basically, he was a man amongst boys because the boys didn't want to be men. You look at it like this. You would think that he should have a rival. You know what I mean? During his entire career, there was no rival. No rival.
Nah.
See, that defines him because he was able to do what he did because nobody else was doing what he did. It'd be a little bit different if you had a guy on the other side who trained hard, who wanted to be the best and this and that. Who can honestly, out of everyone he fought, who had that dogged determination to be the best, train the hardest, want everything, want to be the best, want the legacy and all that? Who did he face that had that?
In his whole career?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
See?
I mean,
See?
yeah, he was a little last during his career. I was gonna say Diego Corrales. You know, he definitely was a dog, I thought. You know what I mean?
Diego didn't have the mentality.
Yeah, the mentality, yeah.
He didn't have the
He's
mentality.
a hothead.
So basically, Floyd didn't ever face anyone on the side. Now, what's interesting about the fight with De La Hoya was already, doing the unsavory things in his career by the time he came across Floyd. But had he faced Floyd like around that time that he fought Chavez for the first time, then that would have been a total different thing. But Floyd was a little too young then. Floyd was just coming out of the Olympics. Because I looked at that earlier today on my DAZN thing that De La Hoya and Chavez fought. It was like 97 or something. And Floyd was on the 96 Olympic team, I think.
Yeah, 96. So he was like in his first year.
Yeah. So De La Hoya, when he whooped Chavez, he was still hungry then. And he fought like it. He trained like it. His body was in good shape. You could see it.
Mm-hmm. But,
by the time he fought Floyd, oh, man, he had a few spatulas and everything.
Yeah, he wasn't into the sport.
It's tough to equate these guys when they don't have the same type of. When you look across the ring and you see a guy who got what you got in his eyes, you understand? It's not a lot of that.
Nah.
There's not a lot of that right now. And it's hard for me to give guys credit when they don't have that. See, when Ali looked across the ring at Joe Frazier had the same thing in his eyes.
Mm.
You understand? Larry Holmes, when he faced Ken Norton, when he faced Mike Weaver and a few other guys that wanted, but even though they may not have been as talented, but they wanted it, it made for a more interesting situation.
Yeah.
And you just don't see that right now. When a guy is training real hard. That's why I was trying to say, like when Michael was talking earlier about the fighters and, the injuries that they sustain and everything. And I was talking about how being in shape and fighting more regular, you don't get to be like that. The injuries occur from guys in boxing. They occur from guys being out of shape, having to work their way into shape, and then they have their camps, then they have their fights. That's 3 things you got to go through. But when you're just 10, 12 pounds above your fighting weight, you work that out within a couple of weeks of training.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
you can focus on what your camp is, the fighter you're facing, your tactics and strategy and all of that. But when you're trying to cut weight, you got guys today. We were just talking about this before the fight between Danny Jacobs and Chavez Jr. It's like you got guys today still trying to cut weight the week of the weigh-in. That ain't a good thing.
Yeah, that's going on.
Yeah.
That goes on a consistent basis. Especially
in camp. If you're at weight in camp, do you realize how fucking strong you're gonna be for the fight? If you're at weight in camp, not going through camp to make weight, get the fuck out of here. That don't work that way. And like I said, the old fighters, they used to fight a lot, man. Some guys, they'll have their eyes stitched up and get the stitches taken out the eye so they can fight in 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson fought how often in his early career? My goodness, he was fighting one year he fought like damn near 18 times. So it's like, it's like every few weeks he was in the ring. And he was really awesome at that time. All you have to think about is letting it go, because it's like second nature to you. Now, can a guy fight his whole career like that? Absolutely not. But when you're at the championship level, 3 to 4 fights a year should be good for you.
Especially if you're not taking a lot of punishment.
Huh?
Especially if you're not taking a lot of punishment. If you're not physically
like Wilder, right? When he knocked Brazil out with 1 round, he should have been fighting again within 2-3 months, because you didn't get no work. And that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing, because you could get another win in there. You could get another, because you're capable. We're not trying to dog you or wear you out. We're just trying to say that how it can be. You don't let that good training go to waste.
Exactly. Yeah. You're already ready. Like, you don't.
Tank Davis, look at him. He's about to have this big fight with, Gamboa. And we saw Tank a couple of months back. He was fat. His belly was hanging over his belt.
Yeah.
Now, he's expected to be in shape for Gamboa, but Gamboa kind of stays in shape even in between fights.
Yeah.
He don't blow up to some big old, out of shape dude. And Tank is the younger guy here. That can catch up to you.
I think it will catch up to him.
Yeah.
And it goes back to, it goes back to Deontay Wilder again. This is why I respect him so much, because he's a consummate professional. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you look at Deontay Wilder, when he makes appearances, when he goes to these fights and stuff like that, you look at him like, dude, he looks good, man. He looks like he could fight. He looks like he could get in the ring and fight.
Yeah.
He looks like he's always in shape. 365, 365 out of the year.
Yeah.
Like people, and now again, I don't believe in this narrative, but you got people out here that says, oh, he can't box, he can't do this, you can't do that. Okay, no problem. If that's what you believe, okay, cool. But what about the things? But what about him being a consummate professional? What about him always staying in shape? What about him being dedicated to the sport? What about him? You know what I mean? That stuff plays a part in the actual fight as well. It's not just how you throw the jab and how you throw the right hand and the left hook and how you throw combinations. Okay, that's part of it, but it's the off season too that really determines how much of a champion you will be.
Listen, man, when Holyfield was chasing the heavyweight title, he was a mean guy in the ring. He didn't a lot now, but Holyfield didn't talk at all. He just had that look on his face, and it was like, that kind of don't mess with me look. And he didn't give a lot of interviews or nothing. But when he was chasing the heavyweight title, he was like a beast. After he became heavyweight champion of the world, and then he started, enjoying the revels that come with being the champ and the ladies and stuff like that. He became a different kind of person. But man, if you looked at him from that time that he unified the championship with Carlos De Leon at cruiserweight, and then he moved up in his first few heavyweight fights up until he fought Buster Douglas, he was like, the real deal was his moniker. That's what he was. He really was. And it was like, he used to go sit ringside. Every Mike Tyson fight, he was sitting right there ringside, second or third row. He was sitting right there all the time. He was sitting over there ringside in Tokyo when Tyson was getting his ass whooped by Buster Douglas, because they were supposed to fight next. And he had a $12 million guarantee with Tyson. And fucking Tyson lost to Buster Douglas. These guys today, they don't know what being in shape like that means or whatever. They don't know what it means to show up at the guy who everybody wants you to see, who want to see you fight, to show up at his fight and be ringside. You ain't got to get up in the ring, but the fact that you're sitting there in the audience in person, watching the guy, putting your face and his name together in the same venue or whatever, it stirs up that thing with the crowd and people. Oh, he's here. We want to see them next. That's the kind of thing. That's the way guys used to do it.
Yeah, guys.
Now we got social media and stuff, and everybody want to. Oh, you should call him out. Oh, he should show up at his fight and call him out. Oh, you should get there in the ring and call him out. The fighters didn't have to do that. There were other things that they could do to show that they were interested and wanted to be on the map for whoever the guy was or whatever. This time now, they fucking run away from each other. I remember when Joshua, when Deontay Wilder went over there to the UK and he was on their talk shows and stuff. Fucking Joshua was in the islands somewhere away from the Great Britain. It was fucking ridiculous. He should have been home. He knew Wilder was coming, but he made sure that he was way the fuck somewhere else. Just like when Wilder went there and he opened up that restaurant joint and he was visiting the gyms and stuff, AJ wasn't there again. But that's your stomping ground. Why are you not there? Why can't the people pull you both into the studio and give an interview and talk about what it'd be like to fight each other? He missed that on purpose. And these guys today, they that's not what they're about. Terence Crawford, he ain't showing up at Earl Spence's fights. Why? That's the fight people want to see, but your ass won't even take your ass to the damn venue. And I know why Earl ain't going to his, because hey, he know that he ain't gonna come to mine. So that's how they think now.
Yeah.
And it's a shame, because it's like the boxing brotherhood is a fraternity, you know. This is how you guys earn your living, but you want to talk about you got a friend in Sean Porter that you don't want to fight. Well, guess what? Deontay Wilder got a friend in Luis Ortiz that he's given 2 good paydays to, because won't nobody else fucking fight him. He's giving that man an opportunity to feed his family good twice in a year and a half.
You want to know what else I want to touch on that fight? Let's say it was AJ's brother who literally just got knocked clean out, 2 hours before. He would probably just collapse and start crying in the ring if AJ were to fight main event.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So the character is just so totally different between him, Fury, and the rest of these guys, man. That's why I look at a young Daniel Dubois and I'm optimistic.
People are talking and have been talking the past few years that the best hit boxer in the heavyweight division is Tyson Fury, and they say the best puncher is Deontay Wilder, and they say the most feared man in the division is Luis King Kong Ortiz, and Joshua is who he is, whatever, right? This is what I've always maintained over the past 2-3 years. Deontay Wilder is the best heavyweight in the world right now. Luis King Kong Ortiz is number 2. Tyson Fury is a ton of shit. He's been bluffing it the entire time. He has not defeated anybody in the top 10. At least Joshua has fought Dominique Brazil. You understand? I would love to see Brazil fight Tyson Fury. That's a fight I think he can fucking win. But Fury ain't gonna take that chance. And Fury ain't gonna fight Dillian White. Joshua has fought Dillian White. And nobody is gonna fight Ortiz. So since you guys don't want to fight him, he's right there under Wilder. Since he fought Wilder fucking twice. No holds barred. And Fury could have fought Wilder twice back to back, but he didn't. He opted to go back out there and fight lower opposition again so he can feel good about himself. Only that second fight didn't turn out like he had hoped it would, because that motherfucker touched him up and cut him up real bad and put him in life and death scenario that he didn't anticipate. That's what can happen. You keep throwing those banana peels on the ground, you're bound to slip on one of them. But no, he's not the best boxer in the heavyweight division. The best boxer in the heavyweight division is the heavyweight champion of the world, Deontay Wilder. He's the best. Until one of them guys dethrone him, that's who he is. And since they don't want to face Luis Ortiz is number 2 because he didn't defeat Wilder. And at least he fought him fucking twice. That's what the guys used to do. That's how they used to get down. These guys today are a bunch of punks and pussies, man. That's all they are.
Yeah, man.
At the end of the day, they could talk about it being a business and the money got to be right and all of that shit. But at the end of the day, you also have to feed your family, don't you? And because somebody you know and you might have been buddies with, you talked to on the phone, played racquetball or whatever, or comb the villages for hoes. I don't give a damn what y'all do together. At the end of the day, you got to get your ass in the ring and fight each other.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but these guys, man, these guys are built differently in 2020, man.
Big time.
Man. These guys are built differently, man. You know what I'm saying? And these fans are ridiculous, man. It's like, you know, a lot of these fans are fucking up the sport because they don't want to see. It's like a lot of these people who call themselves Anthony Joshua fans, what they'll do is instead of they'll rather Anthony Joshua fight guys that they're comfortable with instead of him fighting in there with guys that's gonna give him a really good test. You know what I'm saying? Because
I said it earlier. They're more afraid to lose for the fighter than the fighter is. You know, they don't have they have more confidence in the fighter than the fighter have for himself, but at the same time, they don't want him to risk anything.
Yeah, no.
It's a risk business.
Listen, man.
There's no guarantee you're gonna come down those stairs the same way you went in against anybody.
Me as a
fan of while Rocky Balboa does happen. It happens.
Yeah.
You saw it in Andy Ruiz this year. You'll see it in somebody else next year. It fucking happens, man. And that's why these guys, you have to, you know, all that talk about, you know, letting stuff marinate and everything. We almost fucking lost Earl Spence Jr. this year.
Yeah.
We almost fucking lost him. And there's no saying or guarantee that he's going to be the same.
No, exactly.
There's no and look at all the fights that's been left on the table from these guys just fucking dancing around each other. And I'm not saying it's his fault, but it's a collaboration of all of them. These guys could have been fighting each other. Keith Thurman should have been fighting Earl first. Huh? It didn't have to be Sean Porter. Fucking Sean Porter could have been fighting Crawford, or Crawford could have been fighting Garcia. Something should have been taking place. It shouldn't have been all this fucking stagnant, stale water, man. Just sitting.
Dirty water.
Yeah, these guys, they're not fucking doing anything. And that doesn't include Sean Porter, because Sean Porter he's been on everybody. You know, he's fought every fucking body.
He literally fought everybody.
So he doesn't, and that's why he gets the most respect out of all of them from me for the Spence fight, going into the Spence fight, which is why I gave him so much credit. If you go back in my archives and you listen, I did like several videos on Spence and Porter. I think I did 3, if not 4, leading up to the fight.
I watched all of them.
And the thing that I talked about was that this man, in all of his accomplishments, he has never been respected for what he's been doing. But he has sneakily done the thing that you would consider the best of the division would do, which is fight and face everybody who is somebody. I believe he would have beat Kell Brook in a rematch if they ever rematched each other. because he's that formidable. And he has made adjustments to his game, which is why he was able to compete with Spence like he did, because he made some adjustments. The fight that he fought with Ugas, that fight was taken because he wanted to try out some new stuff. And he almost lost that fight, but he still took it.
Yeah.
You see? So your hat goes off to him because he fucking got in there, man. But we almost lost Earl. So it's like all these fights, sweet deals on the table. And like I said, also going into next year, we don't even know if he's going to be the same person again, bro. We don't.
Nah.
He may look like his old self or whatever, but man, you know what? He would do well. And I'm not telling him what to do or whatever, but he would do well to put boxing on hold for at least a year.
I agree.
I mean, he could go in the gym and work out and stuff like that, hit the bag, but don't let nobody punch on him or nothing for another 9-10 months. You know, and that's just so he can adjust and come back to him old self.
I agree with that. I mean, him, because in that interview he was talking about he wants to come back in the spring or something like that, or the summer. You know, I'm like, man, listen, bro, dude, nah. I mean, but at the same time, if that's what if he believes he's okay, you know, listen, I'm not in his body, so I like if he's saying he's okay, who am I to say he's not? But
Brooklyn, let me stop you right there, bro.
Yeah.
Let me stop you right there. He's been making very good money doing what he does. He's a world champion. He's a unified world champion. He was in a life-threatening situation.
Yeah,
he is lucky, blessed, fortunate to still be here. If I'm his coach, if I'm his family, telling him, take more time. Boxing ain't going nowhere. Boxing ain't going nowhere. But when you say things like, well, who am I to tell him or whatever? If you fucking love him, you tell him, take your time. Because you can't get it back. You can't get it back. And if you wait and you let things settle, you might realize what's important, and you might realize what you're fighting for. But just to jump back in there because you can and you think you're okay and everything, and somebody fucking make a name off of you, and then you got to hear well, maybe if such and such didn't happen, maybe such and such wouldn't be. No, boxing gonna be there. Make these other guys fight. Keith Thurman was doing the shit and he wasn't even fucking hurt. He wasn't even fucking hurt. And he was out 2 damn years. And like I said, Earl can run, he can train in the gym, he could get his body back in good, pristine shape and come back in 2021 and whoop everybody's ass with that hunger. Because he'd be ready then. He'd be like, man, I miss this shit. I miss hitting people. But you go in there and you ain't right, and people start hitting you, and you start thinking about, do I really want this now and this and that? Oh, man, we don't want to deal with that. If I was his dad, and I'm damn near old enough to be, that's what I would be thinking about for my son.
No, I completely agree. I completely agree. I would, if I was him, I say take the year off. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm not in his team. I'm not close to him. Now, I mean, if I was close to him, if I was close to him, I would tell him. If I was like Al Heyman or his dad or whatever, I'm like, yo, no, take the year off. But me as a fan, the athlete saying that, oh, I'm good. Let's see. I mean, let's see. I'm skeptical, honestly. I'm skeptical because that type of shit that he just went through, not boxing's still here. Boxing ain't going nowhere.
Listen,
You know
let me ask you a question, man.
What's up?
You saw that car, right? You saw what happened. You saw the film, right?
Yeah.
I didn't see him in the film. I didn't see him. I don't want to see him, but I saw the car.
Neither.
I saw the car. He was thrown from that car. Okay. Anybody else that I heard about a situation like that has fucking died.
Yeah.
You gotta be in tune to your spiritual self. Because don't forget, there's money for people to make around you. Not just you earning your purse for the fight, but there's other motherfuckers making money too.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes your life is more important than that fucking dollar, dude.
Absolutely.
His family ain't hurting. They ain't starving. And he got a damn good reason to pump the brakes. And remember, something bad happened, he just gets pushed to the side and they be looking for the next motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
That's the world. That's the way of the world. You got to love yourself before you love anybody or anything else in this life.
Yeah, I agree. Because when that accident happened, I said to myself, oh shit, man, dude, his career's over. That's the first thing that came to my mind.
Same.
I thought his career's over. I'm like, oh yeah, his career's over. He's done. The last fight we seen him was against Sean Porter. You know what I'm saying? And when they were saying like, okay, he's like when the reports were saying, okay, he's gonna be okay and shit like that. You know what I mean? And then I'm like, okay, that's great news. But at the
Did
same
you see
time,
the mugshot of him?
I did. Yeah.
The mugshot of him. I'm gonna tell you what it looked like to me. And forgive me for anybody to say that this, sounds bad, gross, or whatever. But you remember Sandra Bland?
Oh no.
The woman who died in police custody?
Yeah.
In Texas?
Yeah.
When they showed that photo of her, she was dead. She was deceased in that photo. Her eyes were open, but the way they had her, she was like laying down on the floor or something, and they stood over her and they took that photo. They tried to make it look like she was alive, but she was deceased in that photo. That mug shot of Earl, he looked like that, even though he was alive. But it's like, to a certain extent, that it was something showing you like he nearly crossed over or something. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you can't fucking take this lightly. You can't. And I think jumping right back in there is taking it lightly.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I want the best for the brother. I do. And that's why I'm speaking so passionately about this, because he got babies. He got family. He got loved ones. That fucking boxing gonna be there. He just fortunate to be here. Why rush? Take as much time as you need.
I
There's
agree.
shit to be contemplated. There's shit to be taken in. It's guys who lost their lives in the ring this year who would love that second chance, who would have loved that second chance. That next time to hold their babies, to kiss their loved ones, all of that.
Yeah.
and their loved ones would have loved for them to be here for those things. I'm telling you, this is the kind of conversation that families should have. And it'd be a little bit different if they were hurting. You understand? And he was like on the rise, on the come up, and you're trying to, make it. But he's made it already. He's the champ. He's the unified champ. And if he had suffered something broken or whatever, he would have to be off anyway. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about from the accident, but I'm just talking about if he had suffered some kind of injury, torn ACL or Achilles or elbow or something, he would have to be off.
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's a. Let's see what. I mean, shit, man. Yeah, it's a. See. This is where, like, people always talk about, oh, Al Heyman, is just a great advisor and shit like that. Shit. Al Heyman should advise him not to come back so quick. You know what I'm saying? He's saying he'll be back in the spring or summertime. Shit. And when he said that, I'm
Don't
like,
Al make money too?
Yeah.
See, well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. This is why I say the kind of conversation he should be having should be with his dad and, his trainer. That's the kind of conversation that should be had, man, because his circle right now, his circle of significance is very small. He don't need his woman telling him, well, honey, I believe you're okay. You should be ready to get back in there as soon as you good and please. I don't want that. I want somebody who's going to talk to me with some sense. Not saying that they haven't, but I'm just saying that to put it together properly, I want someone to really be considering me and not considering what I do and how it can affect your quality of life.
Yeah, not considering the money that's behind, what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because when we talk about Earl Spence, we talking about a guy. I mean, I'm not like who makes big purses after every fight. Like, he makes a lot of money. So, all these guys, bless you, all these, like, so for him to say he'll be back this quick, that means I'm sure he's spoken to Al Heyman, he's spoken to his trainer, he's spoken to his parents and all that, and all these guys and everybody's saying is basically like telling him, yeah, come back if you're ready and stuff. Shit, but in my mind,
what he hasn't done? You know what he hasn't done?
What?
He hasn't fucking left the country. He hasn't left the country and go see some part of the world and go think about some other shit besides the people that's saying, when you coming back? When you coming back? What you doing? When you going to the gym? When you gonna fight? All of this shit. You gonna fight Terrence Crawford? You gonna fight, Sean Porter again? Blah, blah, blah. He need to leave this shit behind and go travel with them beautiful babies he got. Because he almost missed it. That's why it's so fucking important. Miss boxing for a while. Miss it. So that then when those flames are stoked and everything, you can come back and be like, yeah, I did miss this. You understand? Instead of coming back being like, did I come back too soon? Am I going to really be all right? Because you could put on the facade like, hey, I'm cool, I'm Earl, blah, blah, blah. But there's fucking wolves out there looking at you like the walking wounded, and they ready for you.
Mm-hmm.
All that.
Kirk said this in OG Boxing Talk when I was listening to OG Boxing Talk this past Sunday, and he said, mark my words, next time he's coming back, he's gonna get knocked out. If he comes back this quick, he's gonna get beat. And that's not out of the realm of possibility. You know? And my thing is like, man, you know, listen, at the end of the day, like I don't mind, like, listen, this is boxing, you're gonna win some, you're gonna lose some, but for a guy like an Earl Spence, you know, if you're gonna take a L, you know, be at your optimal, you know what I mean? Be at your absolute best.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are right about it.
I mean, but also too, we gotta think about like what other examples, what examples of history, because of course, and nothing's new under the sun. What examples of fighters who went through tragic injuries? You know what? Vinny Pazienza. That came to mind.
Vinny Pazienza. He had that terrible car crash. They told him he wouldn't box again.
And what did that car crash? It happened when he was in his prime?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
He was about the same age Earl is. Car crash. Fucked up the vertebrae in the back of his neck. He was thought to be paralyzed and everything. He walked around for almost a couple years with that damn thing locked on his shoulders and his head. It was a brace to keep his neck straight.
Yeah.
And he willed himself back because he trained and he lifted weights and he did this, that, and the other. He even fought Roy Jones Jr. He didn't win around against Roy, but you know, Vinny was a tough guy on the inside. But he worked himself back to the ring to fight again and became a champion again. But I'm just saying, it took him a long time. Vinny was out of the sport, I think 3 years, 4 years, something like that. But he was definitely out and had a major injury. Now, Earl, they say he has some scratches or whatever, but his injuries, aside from him damaging his mouth, which could also be essential in this because boxers get punched in the face. But he needs time, man. It ain't been long enough. It ain't been long enough.
Yeah. Anything else you guys want to talk about?
No, bro. I know it's getting late. We're gonna have to wrap it up. But I thank you guys for having me on with you again, man. It's been a great conversation.
Yeah.
We had some laughs on here and everything. Hate we closed it out on a serious note, but yeah, I appreciate you.
What I forgot a story, man. When you guys last Friday were talking about the Chavez undercard and that Monty dude, you and Reggie were talking about him, I haven't laughed that hard in weeks, man. He says, "Is this where I go down now?" He said the one shot didn't even hit him. I went back and watched it. It didn't.
I know. It didn't land, man.
He went right down.
I'm telling you, I call that shit every time I see it. I point it out. If I was still a little boy, my mom would slap my mouth because I always say truthful shit at the wrong time. And she, shut up. Give me that little slap across the mouth. But yeah, that dude went down, that shot did, and then he was touching the back of his head like he had got hit in the back of the head.
They always do that. They always do that. I swear to God.
Man.
Hold up. Did you see
I'm
the
glad
Tommy
you
Fury
saw it
one?
for yourself.
Oh, I had to. What were you saying? He said, because I had watched what I watched. I watched the Hooker one, and he was another quit job, just as bad.
Yeah.
The whole card was probably the worst card of the year, honestly.
Listen,
It was
Hooker,
so bad.
Did you hear me and Kurt talking about Hooker?
You say he's getting knocked out very soon.
Get knocked out
Very soon.
because that dude, he came in there, chin way up in the air, flailing his arms. He reminds me of Jimmy Walker, man. He's gangly and everything. He don't have, listen, at that weight class, he gonna get smoked, man. He gonna get smoked. But
because
yeah,
he fought at welterweight, right?
yeah, that's the one who fought Robert Easter,
Yeah.
Maurice Hooker. Man, he gonna get wiped up, man. But that you're right, Tyrone. That card that night, man, especially that dude
so
went
bad.
down, Monty,
Whole
man.
card.
That shit was ridiculous.
Ricky,
I'm like, y'all can't see this. And the dude, you know, he threw a punch that landed on that white dude he was fighting. And the funny thing about it was the dude kind of his eyebrows raised like, hey, you know, like, you ain't supposed to do that.
Hey, did you see him how he hit him in the body? It was like a super delayed reaction. He said,
Yeah.
okay, I'm going down now. Did you see the Tommy Fury one? Hold up, I'm about to screen share the Tommy Fury one. I'm gonna screen share this now.
I saw all of it, man. That's why I'm saying it's like when you're watching boxing, sometimes you could be into certain things, but then you don't really realize until somebody point the shit out and you go back and watch it for yourself and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, now I can see what this, you know.
Yeah.
But I saw that shit live.
The whole card was bad. Liam Smith looked trash against that guy. He couldn't get that guy out of there whatsoever. Josh Kelly couldn't get that other dude out of there. All guys with losing records.
Yeah, and Liam Smith, he looked like a old fucking what do you call it? True Value hardware store man or something with that gray hair and shit.
Yeah, he did.
Man, fucking get you some Grecian formula or some shit, man. Don't come in
man.
there looking like an old ass Reed Richards and shit. You know.
Wait, let me
Damn.
see the Tommy Fury.
Yeah, man, the shit that got me earlier when he was going in on Dominic Purcell.
Huh?
No, when you was going, like you was talking about how Dominic Brazil, he coming in, he trying to throw a punch with his left hand and leave his first chin up, man. Because we was talking about like, you know, moments of the year, fight of the year. No, he's like, man, the dumbest fight of the year.
I mean, you got to be a damn fool to come in against Deontay Wilder with your hands around your waist.
Yo, I don't think I laughed that hard in weeks, man. Oh my god, I couldn't breathe, dog.
You guys see this Tommy Fury fight?
Nah.
I'm screen sharing it. You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Come on. Man. Come on.
There you go, holding the back of his head. That's the signal.
I don't think dude threw a punch.
Watch this.
Look at this.
Oh.
He's running across the ring. Man, fuck out.
Yeah, man. And if that was Jack Reese, he would let the fight go on.
But look at this guy pounding his chest like he really did something, right?
That is BS. And you know what, man? The people in the UK have caught on. You can go search. There's videos about this. They said Tommy Fury fight was obviously a fixed fight and a disgrace and a mockery. I mean, people are waking up, man. That's what I'm glad about because this stuff can't keep going on. Literally 2 days in a row.
Kell Brook, early in his career, he fought a dude who has like 200 losses in his career.
You want to know what his name was?
Hold on, man. I'm about to go on this box. Hold on.
The human punching bag.
Yeah, bro. This guy fought a guy.
Peter Buckley.
Yeah, man.
His name, like people knew him as the human punching bag. Like that was his moniker. Like that's what people knew this guy as.
And he fought him 3 times.
He He
I look
died
at a lot of those guys, the contenders that they face, and even every weight class over there, they always have a guy that has a shitload of losses over victories, and they build their careers on these guys. Some of the guys that Joshua fought coming up were saying,
He had 32 and 256 losses.
What was his record?
32 and 256 and 12 draws.
Ooh.
I don't think people would be sanctioned like that.
256 losses.
And they brought in this Maitan Muhammad guy to give him a win on his retirement in 08.
Oh,
and where are the people to tell them, look, that's it for you. You don't fight no more. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man.
Imagine that. This guy was bought a win in his last fight with a losing record like that, and he was the A side. This Peter Buckley dude was the A side in his last fight.
How long he's been a pro?
Damn. He's got 3 pages on BoxRec. So many losses since '89.
Fucking ridiculous.
89 to 08. 89 to 08. So what's that? I can't even count. 19.
So it's just 20 years of this.
Yeah, damn near 20 years.
Bludgeoned.
Basically.
Man, dude.
And the thing is, these guys start off as journeymen pretty quick. Maximum 10 fights, and then after that, Tevin Farmer could have been a journeyman. Shoot.
That's why I respect Tevin Farmer, man.
Yeah.
That's why I give him the utmost respect, man, because for a guy like a Tevin Farmer, he could have easily, been just a journeyman. Let me just make sure I don't get knocked out. Let me just fight top prospects, get a decent 5-figure payday or something. But now he said, nah, fuck this. I'm a champion. I'm a championship type of fighter, and that's what he is. Speaking of Tevin Farmer, I'm really looking forward to him fighting Jojo Diaz. That's going to be a good-ass fight.
Yeah, it is. I'm
looking forward to that fight, actually.
Disappointed in the main event.
See, check. I pulled up Anthony Joshua's record, right? Now, some of the guys he fought in his second pro fight, he fought a guy that was 14 and 19. Okay. His first fight was a guy that was 8-0.
He never fought again, by the way. He never fought that guy. Leo never fought again after that.
And then he fought a guy that was 5 and 6.
Mm-hmm.
A guy that was 22 and 15. A guy that's 28 and 8, 21 and 9, 38 and 9, 42 and 22, 26 and 19, 36 and 10, 29 and 6.
The Kingpin.
And then Gary Cornish, who was 21 and 0 at the time, and then Dillian White, who was 16 and 0 at the time. So coming forward. So that's who Joshua built his record up against.
Gary Cornish is village level, by the way. That dude sucks. He lost to a guy. What was Huey Fury even knocked him? He lost to Sam Sexton.
They probably built him up during Joshua's time of climbing with that type of record, so he could be cannon fodder for Joshua.
Yeah,
see, that's what people don't understand about the sport.
Yeah, his record was even worse to get to an undefeated record, and they built him and then gave him to Joshua.
So I mean, come on, man. It's like, oh man, that's what they do. Though.
Are giving him credit for the Andy Ruiz win. I mean, this is just ridiculous. You know what I mean, Stormy?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
And then people go on about how Wilder fought a bunch of bums. But that Kelvin Price dude, who he knocked out,
he won the Kelvin Price. Actually, that I remember him. Roy Jones count 6'6", tall.
Bro, that dude wasn't. Man, listen, man.
He was no joke.
That was a very awkward fighter.
Yeah, he was actually a good fighter. He's better.
He
than-
wasn't terrible.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you know, people could say whatever they want, man. But like, man, these dudes like not a lot of Wilder, man. He fought decent guys on the come up. He fought a lot of different styles, man. Guys.
You know, it wasn't even really that. I think it's just two different methods of building up fighters. You see, Joshua, the reason people say, oh, you know, Wilder fought so and so many bums. Okay. But the thing is, his first year, he fought probably 8 times. Joshua, his first year, fought how many times? You know what I mean? So it was just active. Chavez did those fights like you were talking about, Stormy. I mean, these are to keep active, to keep busy.
Right.
These are fights, you know, month after month he was having. I mean, you could just, it's all in the box, right?
Because, but also too, it's not just about, to me, if you ask me, it's not just about, you know, him fighting those level opposition. It's the sparring and the training camps leading up to the fight. You know what I mean? That makes a lot of difference as much as the regular fight, because he's going through a lot of training camps. You know, he's going, and then also too, you look at Wilder's history, he sparred a lot of guys.
Yeah.
He sparred Klitschko. He sparred Hey. I remember there was, I could see, I've seen interviews in the past, you know, like a matter of fact, there was a heavyweight contender back in like the 2000s. I forgot the dude's name. And he mentioned like, man, that dude Wilder, man, I've never been hit like that before. And this is when Wilder was on the come up. You know what I'm saying? So he's sparring a lot of guys, you know, in the gym with a lot of guys. That so where he can hone his skill and hone it and develop. You know what I mean?
Like he fought 7 times one year, you know what I mean, in 09.
Yeah.
Like, this is different.
I think Wilder has 6 guys, maybe 7 on his record that had those kind of records like Joshua had, but they are intermittent with other guys who had undefeated records or only, you know, a couple of losses, you know, or if they had, you know, double digits in victories, they might have like 5 or 6 losses or something like that, 8 losses, but not like just fucking losers. You understand? That's the difference.
And then I can remember listening to Mr. Boxing Today. He mentioned that he thought Malik Scott was going to beat Wilder at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He picked Malik Scott to beat Wilder.
He was undefeated. He was undefeated when he fought Wilder.
Yeah, basically. There was, I mean, yeah.
No, Malik Scott had 1 loss.
No, that was bullshit. Remember, because they the Chisora, remember that?
I didn't see that fight.
Well, what happened was he was beating Chisora the entire fight. He was outboxing him, everything, and he got dropped. And he got up. The ref, he was fine, and the ref said, he didn't beat the count. And this was highly disputed at the time, actually.
Yeah.
I remember that fight. That was a BS fight, the Chisora fight, because he was beating him comfortably. But yeah, he was basically undefeated when he fought Wilder, and then Wilder fought that tune-up fight, that Gavern clown. He just tuned him up before he fought Stavern. That was just another stay busy fight. You see, Joshua wouldn't have done that, you know, just to get a fight in right before the Stavern fight, and he did that. And then he had the Molina and Duopa, Spilka, Areola, Washington, Stavern, Ortiz, Fury, Brazil, Ortiz, and Fury again. So we're here at the present.
Even Arthur Spilka, people saying people consider him a bum or whatever. But I can remember I remember one time seeing Arthur Spilka on a Friday Night Fights card. I forgot what the fight was.
I think it was
Mike. Like, yo,
Mike Malo.
Yeah, he went knocked out some dude. I'm like, yo, this is not a bad fighter, bro.
He beat Jamil
Arthur
McCoy,
Spilka.
who's probably over the hill then, but still, you know.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, this Arthur Spilka is not a bad guy. He's not a bad fighter.
I think if I were to choose, definitely Ortiz, Fury. Well, Washington just beat Hellenius. Duhaupas, definitely. I think Duhaupas a good, a solid fighter. I think Duhaupas like a top 15 fighter, in my opinion.
Even right now.
Let me check. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I think he beats, if Dillian White comes in like that against Walk, yeah. No, I think Duhaupas is a solid fighter.
Man, I mean, everybody keep talking about Dillian White is a top 5 heavy man. That's a bunch of bullshit.
No.
I don't think Dillian White even better than what's my man name. He's not better than who's that? Michael Hunter. I'll pick Michael Hunter over Dillian White if they was to fight.
Shoot, Ariola looks to be, has something left about him because the only reason he lost that fight against Kalinacki was just because he was smaller. I've seen the fight live. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kalinacki is supposed to be this top heavyweight. He was struggling against Ariola. And when he was winning rounds, he was just edging him. He wasn't dominating.
Yeah, that fight was close.
It was a close fight. I mean, the scorecards were wide, but nah. What was that, Stormy?
No, I was looking at my the replay on my my stream for earlier. You just caught a little bit of the sound.
Yeah, but I mean, it'll all come in time. Like, honestly, I don't know why guys keep throwing, oh, you have to fight Dillian White. Remember they said, oh, you have to fight Brazil. You have to fight Brazil. I think Brazil will beat Wilder.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that.
Joshua, he was an 18-0 Olympian. But when he fought Wilder, he was a bum.
That's why you can't take these people seriously, man. At least I don't. I don't take these jokers seriously.
Eric Molino Rock Wilder, he's a good fighter. He's a good fighter. Like, come on.
Yeah, that's why I don't take these jokers seriously, man.
Who's the other one? I think Charles Martin got paid to lay down. My opinion.
Yeah, that fight looked fishy, man.
If you've seen Charles Martin afterwards, you don't. I know he didn't give 100%.
Nah.
No way. What do you think, Stormy? I think Charles Martin was paid off.
Yeah, he was a vagabond.
Yeah. He was paid off. Because he would have beat Kalinacki, man. He literally lost to Kalinacki by a point. 94-96. You know what I mean? Like by a round.
Yeah, man. That's what it's what it goes to show you with these fighters, bro. It's like, you know what I'm saying? That's why it's like it's hard to. I mean, of course you respect these fighters because they get in the ring and they compete and shit like that. But it's like, damn, dude, it's like you get a little money in your pocket and you act brand new.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, bro. It's like for me, like I never get mad if a fighter lose. It's just, but you gotta. But it's the effort, man.
Yeah.
Because I know we gotta go. But I want to say this real quick. Stormy, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Now, when I was watching Charlo and Harrison before the fight, what you were saying resonated with me because you were saying how because basically you was posing the question, will Harrison like his his mouth like the verbiage that he was spewing, will it match his effort in the ring?
Mm-hmm.
Now I feel like his effort in the ring matched the verbiage that he was speaking. Like that's why, like I'm not mad. Like, listen, I thought Harrison was gonna win. I thought it was gonna be super close, but it is what it is. But at the end of the day, after the conclusion of the fight, I respect the effort that Harrison brought to the table. You know what I'm saying? He got himself in shape. You know, but while I was watching the fight, I was thinking to myself, okay, you know what? Harris is not using as much movement as he did in the first fight. So maybe his ankle is still not 100% healed. But you know what? But instead of him moving around, listen, he put his guard up and moving up to him, throwing left hooks to the body and trying to punish Charlo. You know, so it's like, man, I respected the effort. You know,
Yeah.
But these fighters,
Absolutely.
but a lot of these fighters, you look at the performance of a Charles Martin, we talk about. You look at the performance of a goddamn Andy Ruiz and shit like that. It's like you're not putting your best foot forward, man. You know how you in the biggest?
You can't put forward what's not there.
Man.
See, with Harrison, basically what it ended up being was his chin wasn't up to task, but his skills and everything else were. So,
Yeah.
you know, he can talk that because he can fight. But one thing, I don't think a guy like Charles Martin, I don't think he can fight. He's horrible. He looks like he's a hair above guys like KSI and yeah, he does. He does.
Oh shit!
And he's a big guy. You understand, 6'5" or whatever. But you know, if you was in the military, you say, I didn't know they stack shit that high. You know that, but he's nothing. And I remember my first time seeing him was when he got that belt, you know, in that disqualification or something, because dude, his leg went out or something, his ankle or knee or whatever that was.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, this gotta be one of the worst heavyweight champions ever in history.
Mhm.
Because the dude looked like shit. I was look, you know, Charles Martin looked like a guy who been in the gym for a few months.
Oh no.
You know, that's what he looked like to me. And whoever's training him and whatever, it's like, dude, when he fought Kalnaki, he was a little bit better than he was when he fought Joshua.
Yeah.
But that's not saying a lot, because I felt like even when Joshua dropped him, he could have got up and fought back.
Oh yeah.
And he didn't.
He laid down.
So I'm like, you know,
I thought he's paid to lay down.
Yeah, the guys like Charles Martin, I don't want to see those kind of guys ever.
I don't want to see those kind of guys ever.
I mean, Gerald Washington had more going for himself, you know. And I think with Washington, I think what it came down to was he wasn't ready to get in there with Wilder, but everybody wanted to see him in there because he's such a big guy like Wilder, so they wanted to see him. But he was one of those guys that he needed more polishing on his skills, you know. And now that he's been knocked out, beaten a couple times, the fight may have been beaten out of him. You know, it doesn't take a lot, especially when you're in there and you've been knocked out like that without
the Kalnaki one was bad.
being developed, you know.
Yeah.
And I hate to see that. I hate to see guys who ain't ready and they get thrown in. That's like that, throwing people to the wolves. You just heard me talk about Earl. And I don't want to see him thrown back in there, because he's more to me than a piece of meat or just a fighter. He's a person. He's a human being. And if you listen to my channel, when I talk, I always talk up on the fighter's health and well-being. I don't never talk about just throwing guys to the wolves or whatever. I don't care if it's a guy who's 1-20 or a guy's 20-1. You know, I'm consistent with that because I've worked with people, and it's like, man, you know, give an example. And I know we got to go. I just want to say this real quick. There's a gym here in Chicago. I won't say which gym it is, but I remember going in there one time visiting, and I was watching how they were conducting their affairs in there. And one of the things they like to do is take a guy that's, fresh off the street, and he's coming in, I want to learn boxing and this and that. They'll put him in there with one of the rough guys in the gym, guy who's been in there for a few years or whatever, and beat up on the dude. You understand? Because they say, and that head coach there, he says, well, I wanted to see what he got. I want to see if he got courage. I want to see if he got balls, this and that. And I'm like, but if he don't know how to fight, he ain't going to never learn. You understand? You putting him in there, you're going to beat the fight out of him that he may have in him. You understand? It's like my philosophy is not that at all. My philosophy is to take a guy and show him what a fighter does to prepare in the gym, and to teach him about balance, teach him about how to, move and things like that. And, it's like, it's a step-by-step process. Let him watch sparring sessions. Let him ask questions and things like that. And it'll be months before I put him in there for sparring, because when I do put him in there for sparring, the one thing he's going to be able to do first and foremost is protect himself. Anybody can ball their fists up and punch somebody, right?
Yeah.
But everybody don't know how to get out of the way of a punch. Don't come in there knowing that. Everybody don't know why you punch, where to punch, how to punch, when to punch. These things have to be taught. So it's just like a sculptor. A sculptor will strip away the essentials to get to the essence of what they're trying to create. But they start out with a huge blob of clay. So you strip away the inessentials so you can get to the essence. Now, if you got a glob of clay, you have to be able to shape and mold that into what it is. And when you define things, when you find out the characteristics of the person that you're teaching, some people have an aggressive nature. Some people may have a passive nature. Some people may have a dogged determination and an ambitious nature. So it's like you have to find out what that is. You don't find out what it is by just putting them in there to go. You have to talk to them, find out what's on their mind, find out what's inside of them, who they are as a person. And then you work on the things that you begin to be able to define. When a guy starts sparring, you may notice he takes advancing steps in sparring. That means that he may not be afraid of contact. He may be a person who is alpha. You may put a guy in there, and the first thing he do is start moving around to the left or to the right or something, circling or whatever. That's a guy who may be calculating and using his mind. You understand? He ain't going to just stand there and let somebody punch on him. His first idea is to move and get out of the way. That's something you can really build on. You see? So you have to know what you're looking at when you see these guys. You don't just throw a person in there in the gym.
Yeah. A lot of these trainers are really jokes, Stormy, man. It's like we were talking about early in the stream. We were talking about I'm gonna say the Mayweather gym or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like to me, like that gym is such a buffoonery, because like I remember I was watching a clip of the Mayweather, whatever, I think it was Jeff
24/7.
Mayweather, and he was training some young lady. So she looked pretty attractive, and it was just like, and I was getting annoyed watching it, because it's like the girl was just smiling and like not taking it seriously, and it's just he, and Jeff Mayweather is like he along with the girl. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, this is fucking boxing. You gotta take this shit seriously, man. Like, the girl is throwing punches, her chin is all up in the air, her hands is not up, she's throwing punches from her chest and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like like she was squared up. I am not a trainer. You know what I'm saying? But I'm seeing this shit, and I'm thinking to myself, dude, you're not gonna show the girl how to stance. You're not showing her like if you ask me, like I said, I'm not a trainer, but let's just say, you know, I've watched boxing a lot of years. You know what I'm saying? So I think I could, you know, like let's say some little kid, you know, I think I could show him something. Obviously, I'm not gonna try to train you, but you know, hey, you know, keep your hand up, you know. But my thing is like, yo, if I was a trainer, I'm like, yo, the first thing you gonna be doing, I'm gonna need you to throw like 1,000 jabs before you even throw another punch. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, that's what makes sense. I don't know. Maybe Stormy, you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. But like the girl's squared up. She's throwing punches from her chest. Her chin is all up in the air, and the whole time they just he in with each other. This is a clown show, bro. What are your people doing, man?
Yeah, he's in there because the girl is attractive, and he, you know, he want to have her in there, and people, you know, it's eye candy and stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's just clowning around.
it's clowning around.
One of the guys that I worked with, he heard that I trained boxers, and he wanted to come to my gym and learn how to box and this and that. Now, I brought him in there, and I started showing him a floor exercise. And he was like, yeah, when do I get to spar? I was like, man, forget about sparring right now, right? And I give him a yardstick. I said, I want you to walk around the gym with this yardstick. I said, you put it across your shoulders. You have your arms hanging like you got it hanging across your shoulders with your arms on it. I said, when you walk, you step with your left foot first and you turn to the right. And then you step with your right foot and turn to the left. I said, this is a balancing exercise. So I had him walking around the gym with that yardstick. Other people was in there hitting the bag. They was jumping rope. There was guys in the ring sparring and stuff. So he's walking around the gym doing this. And he's like, why am I doing this? I said, you're doing that because you're beginning to learn what balance means. Okay. And it's an exercise that is done to keep your feet and your body erect and in a position of balance. And you'll be surprised that drill right there is an opening drill for you to learn something about balance in boxing. He hated it. He hated it so much. He was like, man, I'm not doing this no more. I said, well, you won't get past this level. You'll be right there. You know, whenever you come back, this will be here waiting for you. You know, he was like, what? I'm like, yeah. I was like, you don't come into life popping out the womb, running down the street, do you? You lay there, they pick you up, they put you here, they put you there, they turn you on your stomach, they lay you on your back, huh? Then you begin to learn how to move a little bit and you can flip yourself over, but you still can't go nowhere, right? Huh? Then over a period of time, you might learn how to push yourself up, look around, huh? Then you might even start crawling a little bit, huh? But even when you crawl, you can only scoot a little bit forward or backwards or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Huh? Then eventually you'll even learn to stand. But they have to hold you up to let you know what that's all about because they looking in your ugly mug, huh? You did goo goo gaga, right? And then when you do learn to stand, you got to hold on to something. You fall down, you pull yourself back up. Then you start touching shit on the tables you ain't supposed to touch. And before you know it, you taking off down the corridor and they got to come and get your ass, huh? But that's a process. He's like, man, you really break it down, don't you? I said, you damn right. It's the same thing in life. Everything in life is a process. Ain't nobody just born into here knowing every damn thing. And before you leave here, you may forget more than you've learned. So just think about it, huh? That's how I talk to people in the gym. because the thing you need to do first and foremost is have that wheel turning up in your head all the time. You need to be thinking about what you're doing. You need to be thinking about what the opponent is doing. You need to think, period. Even before you take an action, you need to think about the action you're going to take. Or if you're going to take it, why should you take it? Why should you not take it?
Wow. Yeah, man. You know, I was watching that. Yeah, I was watching that clip. I'm just like I'm watching the clip and I'm getting upset. Because I'm like, dude, like I said, man, I'm not no professional trainer, man. But this is not the right way, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like the first thing I will tell the young lady, I'm like, yo, I understand, you know, you pretty and shit like that, but like it's not a joke, man. This is boxing. You could get fucking really hurt in this sport. You know what I'm saying? Let's be a little serious. You know, I know you're having fun with it, but you know, let's be a little serious. Let's wipe the
Let me ask you, how was she dressed?
Huh?
Brooke, how was she dressed?
Oh, she was dressed. You know, she had on the what you call it, the
Yoga pants.
the yoga pants, and yeah, she was definitely tight fitted for sure.
Okay. See, she couldn't come into my gym like that.
Mm.
She can't come in my gym like that. She got to come in there with some baggy sweatpants on, baggy sweatshirt on, because you're going to sweat. You're going to work out. You understand? We ain't here to look at your figure.
Right.
We're here to figure out what you're going to do. See, that's the only figuring we're going to do.
Yeah.
Figure out what you're going to do. You ain't going to be much to look at. Huh? That's first and foremost. And again, the philosophy behind that is, if you're going to fight, if you're learning to fight or whatever, you ain't in here. This ain't a fucking beauty parlor.
Exactly.
You ain't here to learn some things. You ain't here to learn how to inflict pain on somebody. And somebody going to inflict pain on you. So you ain't got time for the makeup kit and all that shit.
Yeah, man.
That shit on the outside. When you come in here, be ready to go to work. See, that's how I talk to them. That's how I deal with them in my gym. It's like I don't fuck around with that, man.
I agree. This is boxing, man. This is a brutal sport. We've had how much deaths in 2019, man. God, you know what I mean? Condolences to everybody who's passed away this year. You know, and like I said, I mean, I'm watching this video, man. I'm just like, I'm getting upset because I'm like, yo, this is not the proper way, man. And then another thing too, because you bringing up the training. The first thing these guys want to do is bring out pads and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing they do. That's all they do. Let's get the pads. We hit the pads and shit.
First thing they do, they go to the closet. They
go to the closet, they get the pads. I'm like,
Stormy, just to touch on the guy you were talking about in the Mayweather gym, they have him doing the body pads, man. He's holding the
Yep.
It's sad.
Yeah,
Olympian.
bro.
Olympian.
I remember when he was competing in the Golden Gloves here. I think that was 90. I want to say it was 96, 97. And he got a couple of knockouts, man. He was looking really good at the time. He's not like, I'm 6'2", okay? Yeah. And he's like barely 6 feet, maybe 5'11", 5.
Yeah, that's what it says on box, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But I remember because he was a small heavyweight, but he was quick. And he put you in mind of not
Chris
like
Bird
Mike Tyson. Yeah, not like Mike Tyson, but he was effective in everything, and he threw good punches, had fast hands, but he was undersized for a heavyweight. But guys like Vaughn Bean, they sparred with him in the gym and stuff like that. So it's like, you know, he looked promising. I mean, he could have been a really good cruiserweight, you know. But again, he went out there on the West Coast, and you know, they turned him into what you see today. And I just think that it could have been a lot better for him. Now there were some other guys that I knew: Montel Griffin, Derek Harmon, Fred Oquendo, who did much better, you know. But he took that route because he got drawn in by what was going to be happening around Floyd, you know.
Yeah.
So he became like a damn mascot for them.
The Mint Man.
The body bag dude.
A body bag.
The body bag dude.
I'm
You know
serious.
what I'm saying?
You know, my mentor, Eddie Davis, he knows who I'm talking about on here if he's out there listening.
Yeah.
But Eddie also knows, like, I'm very strict and straight with what my opinion is of boxing. That's why Eddie liked me and worked with me as you know, my mentor, because he said I had a sharp mind and a sharp eye. You know,
Yeah.
it was like it's a gift that I have when you talk about combative arts, you know. So I'm very confident in that. Never had a problem with being able to convey those ideals and being in the gym and working with people. He was having me work in the corners with guys training in the gym, Donnell Nicholson and these guys. I could be in there, have a guy training, sparring with them, telling my guy what to do and everything. And he'd be like, damn, you're giving them some pretty damn good strategies and everything over there. It's like, because I understand boxing. I do. But it's just not lip service coming from me. And I can't say it enough. When I'm talking the X's and O's of boxing, I have it down to a science. You know, people have basically 5 personality traits that I say. And if there's anything beyond that, it will be a combination of the 5, one or more, you see. But people basically fall into 5 characteristic traits, which is why you'll have someone who is aggressive and you'll have someone who is passive as the anchors of the north and south end of personalities. Everything else operates within that, and then it could be a combination of that, you see. But when you're working with people, you have to find out what it is that they're capable of and develop who they are from that essence. You can't turn somebody into Mike Tyson. You understand? You can't make somebody into you. I just heard you mention Chris Bird.
Yeah.
You know, but there has to be some teaching that goes on so a person can have a journey of self-discovery. Because you may find out that there's something there that you didn't realize was there, but you have to put them in scenarios to cultivate that, to make it come out. And that can't be done overnight.
Yeah, or fast track, like, yeah. Going over there. You ever thought about it? Tank doesn't even train there anymore. He's
Good.
never had a full camp there ever.
Good. And he's the best fighter in that group. You know what I'm saying? That
Mayweather was there too, right? And he left.
Yeah, he left.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
That and damn, man, and it goes back. I'm gonna go back to Deontay Wilder again. One of the things I really appreciate about Deontay Wilder, this guy trains from a very, like, you look at that gym.
Yeah, that's what
it's not the prettiest gym in the world.
And hot.
Yeah, bro. Like, it's like you look at Jarrell Miller. You know what I mean? He spars there one day, he faints.
Yeah,
you know
I remember that.
He faints and shit. He's dehydrated. How you dehydrated as a heavyweight?
Especially with all
that don't even make any sense. Like, you don't have to cut weight, my man. I understand you dehydrated if you're like a smaller fighter. This guy dehydrated. You know, but regardless to it, it's like I respect the fact that, you know, you have a guy and Wilder spoke about this. He spoke about this. Like, yeah, man, you know, guys used to try to get me to train in LA or Las Vegas and shit like that? He's like, nope, I'm staying right here in Alabama. You know what I'm saying? Like I love that shit, man. You know, like there been times I've looked at the gym that he trains at, and there'll be a bucket full of water because it's leaking and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I saw
there's a
that.
leak. There's a leak from the ceiling, but you know what I mean. But and they'll leave a bucket where the leak is coming from. You know, no AC. All it is a big ass fan. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, that type of gym, that type of environment builds character, man. You know, and you notice, you know, not a lot of these fighters don't have the character. Most of these fighters don't have the character of a Deontay Wilder. Why? Because Deontay Wilder is one of the only fighters that's really training out of some slum ass gym, man.
Right.
Funky gym.
Well, that's
Yeah.
just like the Kronk gym that
I was just thinking about that.
Emmanuel
The
used to,
old one.
Yeah, man.
When you walk downstairs into the Kronk gym, it's like 100+ degrees in there. And the guys are training under those conditions, and they're harsh conditions, you know, and things like that. And the heat right away. If you can't take that, then you can't take what's going on in there. You understand? But that's a philosophy because it's putting you through hardship right away.
Yeah.
That's the same thing that Deontay is doing, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Hey, I love it.
How you gonna be training? How you gonna be training in the gym? It's all bright and shiny. Everything is new and everything. You don't want to mess nothing up. You know, no, man. I want it dingy. I want it decrepit. I want it looking like, smelling like an old sweat sock. You know, it's like, hey, this is what it is. You understand?
Yeah, man. You know,
and I totally understand that. I totally understand.
Like how you gonna breed? Like how you gonna breed dogs out of an environment where you know you see all these modelish women, fucking women walking? Like, man, you're not gonna focus on boxing, dude. See some of these chicks that be working out in that gym. Listen, they looking like ad candies and shit. But at the same time, bro, like how is it possible you're gonna really, you know, that type of environment is not gonna breed some dogs, man. You're not gonna breed dogs out of that type of environment.
No.
You know what I mean? You know, the Mayweather pad work gym. I'm gonna start calling that gym the pad work gym. You know what I'm saying? Foolishness.
Listen, I did this one time with a guy hitting the bag, and I was telling him, I said, I want you to throw a right hook into the bag, you know, like you're punching into the body or whatever. And the guy was doing it, but he wasn't hitting the bag hard. He wasn't driving his punch through. So I said, listen, you got to turn your waist and your toe on the floor for your foot. You need to dig that toe into the floor and turn that foot, turn that waist, turn the hip into that punch, into the bag. So he was practicing. He was doing it. I said, okay, you're not quite there yet or whatever. So I went and got a safety pin. So I told him, I said, just work on the bag punch. So he was hitting the bag. And I said, yeah, just, you know, keep throwing the same punch. It's like the right hand throwing it. He's doing it. He's still, and I say, dig it harder. He still wouldn't. So I stood by him and I waited for the right time. And when he threw the punch, I stuck him with the pin. And he hit that bag really hard. Boom! He's like, man, what you doing? I said, hey, you see how you hit that bag? I said, you felt that pin stick you and you thrust that power into that punch at the same time. I said, that's how you're supposed to hit it. I said, now imagine yourself being stuck with that pin and just throw the punch naturally. He started doing it the way I told him. But it took a little push, actually a pinch of a pin, to show him what needed to take place, how I needed him to execute the punch. Now, some people may say that's kind of weird, but you'd be surprised because you have energy in your body and the energy can be released, but the only way the energy can be released is if you release it. I can't release it for you. You understand? But I can help you understand how it moves. You see? And that was like something that I showed him.
Wow.
There have been other opportunities that I've worked with guys, and I tie the right hand up to their body. Okay. It's like the right hand is like right under their chin, and I make them just use the jab on the bag. Jab, jab up, jab down, jab up, jab down. You know, every once in a while, mix a hook in there. Just work that left hand. Just work that left hand and move around the bag. Move around it. You understand? Because it's like, the thing is like, if you're operating with one hand, if you only had one hand, that hand better be adept at what you needed to do, whether you were caught in the street or you're in the ring. You need to be able to use that hand. So that's what that exercise was about. That guy started when we started opening it up where he could use the right hand, that jab was working beautifully. If he couldn't do nothing, he could throw a jab. You see, there are things that you can do, subtleties that you could teach people. I used to teach guys how to use leverage, stand in the middle of the ring, and they gloved up and everything, and I'm gloved up, and we stand shoulder to shoulder and start pushing each other around. You understand? And it's like I put my hand on his shoulder and push him and make him give resistance, pushing back. And you understand what it means to have force against force. Now you go from that to sparring. You understand? And you know that a guy's going to be pushing you. You get tired. You can feel him breathing. You feel that breathing. You feel that air. You start digging to that body and make him breathe harder. And you listen for breath, because breath lets you know. If you can hear a guy blowing, he tired, you turn the heat up on him. You see? Just little subtleties, man. All kinds. Hundreds of them.
Wow.
Man, well, we've got, guys in the corner, boxers come back to the corner and the trainers, you have to attack him. Go get it.
Yeah. They're not
That's
giving
their
no strategy.
training without any strategy, without any thinking. These celebrity trainers, I call them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Scarface.
He's probably one of the worst. We're firemen. What does firemen have to do with anything?
We're firemen.
Empty ass instructions, man. Just empty instructions.
He sucks.
I always tell, and if you guys listen to me, I've said this many times. A fighter can come back to a corner. A trainer should have at least 3 instructions to give him to go back out. At least 3, because he's going to remember at least one of them.
So Stormy's saying, your shoes look great. Your hair is, in good shape. That's not an instruction.
No, not at all. Not if he's going out on a date across the ring from him, that might be something you may want to tell him. But I don't think the guy across the ring is looking for a date. I think the guy across the ring is looking to whoop his ass. So, better have him ready for something. You can tell him, hey, he's gonna come at you like hell. When you go out there, as soon as he meets you at the center of the ring, he gonna open up like a son of a gun. But you know what you do? You take your jab and you stick it right into his chest as hard as you can. Just shoot it. At the moment that he gets right in distance of you, shoot that jab in his chest as hard as you can. Boom! That stops everything he was gonna do to you. Now he got to reset. What you do after that, you work your plan. But I'm giving you that one single instruction, because if you believe in what I'm telling you and you do it and it works, that gives you a little more confidence about what I'm saying to you. So the next time you come back and I tell you something else, you're going to be ready to listen.
I'm trying to think. What's that riddle that Floyd Mayweather Sr. says? No contest. He's like, That motherfucker be saying,
He said he'll be like, I am the best.
I'm the
I
best.
must confess. There's no
No
contest.
contest. No,
I was
I
like,
must confess. There's no contest.
I am the best. I must confess. There's no contest. Oh yes, oh yes. Listen, he said, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, bro.
Man. All right, guys, man. I'm sorry for keeping you out here so long.
Nah, it's all good, bro. It's been a great discussion, man.
I'm definitely gonna be doing I might go live tomorrow to talk about the Gamboa card, and I'm definitely doing like a post fight or something while watching it at least. So I'll be on Friday and Saturday talking about this. I'm looking over it. Looks like a pretty solid card, man. And I always like Showtime production.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching Oscar Taggy, man.
Yeah, he's gonna be
Oscar
on.
Taggy. I'm gonna just say this. I know we've been up. I just want to say this real quick about Oscar Taggy.
Yeah.
I think Oscar Taggy, if he had a different demeanor,
Hmm.
he'd be a way better fighter.
Yeah.
I love his talent. I like his talent, but I just don't like his demeanor in the ring. He's just too much of a friendly guy. Like that shit. I don't like it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know. Hopefully
All
he could do that Lionel Thomas dude him in. You know what I'm saying?
He probably will.
Yeah, because he talking too much shit about Wilder, bro. I want to see how he competes. He always got something. Always got some bullshit to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Anything else you want to say, Stormy?
No, man, I'm about ready for bed, man.
Yeah,
All right,
me
thanks,
too, man.
guys.
I got.
Great conversation.
Yes, sir.
And if you didn't get a chance, watch that stream I did tonight. It was pretty good.
Oh
yeah, I'm gonna finish listening to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
man.
brother.
I holler at
All
y'all,
right,
man.
guys. Yep. Take care.
Good night.
For
All
sure.
right,
Have a good one.
Peace out.